Wajumbe, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakafikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, fanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we do not have the required numbers, so we will have the bell I order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. Okay, okay. Order, members. I order the bell stop ringing, and we now have the numbers. Let us proceed with the business. And we must commend the whips. We must commend the whips for doing a good job, because really in such a difficult circumstance, when many members are getting into primaries and so forth, for them to maintain the numbers is really something that they have worked for, and I think we should thank them. Particularly, I see the majority whip there. They have really tried their best. It's difficult to get members at such times in any parliament. Okay, let's proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Order, members, take your seats. Member for Baringo, I believe that chair can serve you, okay? Order, members. I have a petition which honorable members, Standing Order 225 2B requires that the Speaker reports to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. Further, Article 119 of the Constitution provides for the right of any person to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including petitioning the House to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. In this regard, I wish to report to the House that I have received a petition from Lucy Njeri of National Identification Card number 322-34413, praying that the National Assembly enacts a law that safeguards the interest and welfare of homecoming Kenyans from the diaspora. Honorable members, the petition states that when Kenyans migrate to the diaspora to pursue new employments and business opportunities, they get disconnected from their homeland, Kenya. Consequently, they face a myriad of challenges in relation to repatriating and investing their earnings back home due to lack of support and legal structures for securing, supervision, and monitoring of welfare and investment of Kenyans in diaspora. As a result, Kenyans in the diaspora or those returning home are vulnerable to opportunists who take advantage of their structural and legal gaps to exploit them of their hard-earned investment. Honorable members, the petitioner is therefore praying that the National Assembly, 1, enacts law on protection of persons not resident of the Republic of Kenya or returning land residents of Kenya, and establish an office to deal with matters of Kenyans living in diaspora and those returning to Kenya to promote and protection of welfare and investment of the Kenyans not resident in Kenya. And 2, allocate additional funds for the creation of an office and resource center within the relevant ministry to facilitate diaspora relations, to handle both returning Kenyans and those not resident in Kenya. So, honorable members, having determined that the prayer sought by the petitioner are well within the authority of this House, I order that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 2271, this petition be committed to the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its finding to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 2272. I thank you. Well, on this particular one, I can give a few members to comment. I'm trying to, the Honorable Milemba Omboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. I think I support the petition, and it's timely and also long overdue, because many of the people who are outside in diaspora, they tend to want to invest in Kenya, but however, Honorable Speaker, they end up having their money wasted to people who pretend that they're investing for themselves. And how often do we hear some of them come back and fall, even collapse, that they don't have the pictures of investments they thought they were having. And I think this is a unique area which this particular petition has mapped and identified, that if a law was in place so that there's a particular channel and office where these monies they repatriate back to the country goes through, and the people who are either pretending to invest or are really investing for them can also be known, it would be very, very good, and it will encourage them to actually invest in Kenya much more. So this is a very good petition. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, the Kenyans who are in the diaspora have been taken for a ride for a long time. They contribute billions of shillings to the economy and to the exchequer. And it is very sad. You know, we are talking about the Kenyans in the diaspora. Even the ones who are living in Kenya doing business are about to migrate to the neighboring countries. This petition is valid. Even those who are doing business under this government, they want to migrate. But I want to assure the country that this petition notwithstanding, the Kenya Kwanza government will establish a permanent secretary or a CS position for diaspora, just like in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in many, many countries. There are thousands of Kenyans who work in UAE. There are over 40,000 Kenyans working in one city called Doha in Qatar. There are thousands of Kenya in the US and UK. Because they did not get a very sensitive government, I am sure they are going to vote in their respective. Let them vote Kenya Kwanza, and we will make sure that a CS or a PS in charge of the diaspora is established, and this government will go home like yesterday.
The Honorable Okelo Odoyo.
I thank you very much,
who was probably a diaspora himself sometimes. But honorable members, I will give a few more members, so please don't be too jittery. We will give maybe 6 members. We will see how quick they are. Please, let's move quick. Proceed, honorable member.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It is true, Honorable Speaker, that diaspora remittances to this country annually, and I'm looking at the year 2021, is about over 300 billion Kenya shillings. And last year, December, it hit the highest record ever at 39.7 billion, just in 1 month, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, when diaspora brings in a concern on issues of investments into this country, then we must pay much attention to this. Honorable Speaker, many of them have lost monies in the hands of clandestine business people who are only purporting to be businessmen. Just because we do not have strict controls on who should invest on behalf of the diaspora. So I think we need to go a notch higher in carrying out background check, which stems into registration of these businesses that carry out diaspora investments into this country. People have lost monies. People have set up buildings that have since not been completed. And you can only imagine the amount of monies that this country is losing in the hands of conmen, mushrooming on the streets as investors into this country. So I really support this petition. We need to do what is necessary so that we safeguard the interests of these people who don't sleep to make monies to bring to this country. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that people keep more than 2 jobs in America. They sleep less than 2 hours so that they can make ends meet. And when they send those monies that they really sweat to receive, and then somebody, bangs it out, then it doesn't make sense at all. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Wachira Kavinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, that petition is timely, and I don't think we need to wait until another government comes in for the office to be established, Honorable Speaker. And I also wish that that office was established sometimes back, Honorable Speaker. It's unfortunate that it's coming when this parliament is coming to an end. And we should all, and I mean all, bear the responsibility of having not done so, Honorable Speaker, because our colleagues who are working outside, Honorable Speaker, they really suffer. Just the other day we went to Saudi Arabia and we saw it by ourselves, how our sisters and brothers are struggling to work out there. And when they work and then they get exploited here, Honorable Speaker, not with the understanding that this country is earning almost 3 trillion out of the remittances that are coming out of this jobs from outside, Honorable Speaker. I want to support this petition and urge that there be a multi-agency office, not just the foreign relations, Honorable Speaker, because this is a matter that touches on trade, this is a matter that touches on labor, and therefore we need a multi-agency kind of concerted effort so that we can come up with clear policy on how we want to treat and make sure that those that work outside, those that tire outside, to ensure that they make remittances to this country, do so, and when they come back, they enjoy the fruits of their sweat, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
We have many who come and end up in hospitals because of what they find out of the investments that they have been making. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I gave you some little leeway because, of course, you are the chair of Labour Committee, which is dealing quite a lot with the issues diaspora. But, of course, the figures that you gave are probably not right in terms of the amount they remit. Can't be that amount, because that is what we have in the budget. I'm not so sure, but, well, maybe you have facts. I'm not so sure, but those are statements. Now, let's have Honorable Bukose. I'll give maybe 3 more members. Yeah? And then, you see, the rest can speak on other matters. Bukose, and let's be brief now. Let's be brief, because I can see there is a lot of interest in this diaspora issue for members. Bukose, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to support this petition by Lucy Njeri on issues touching on diaspora. Honorable Speaker, I think what the lady has asked is for us to make legislation. And it's important that we make a legislation that can be able to facilitate easy movement of whatever those in the diaspora have invested and can easily move back into our country. Honorable Speaker, I live in a border with Uganda. And normally we have some of our people who have moved into Uganda to do investments. But whenever they are even bringing back whatever they have invested there, they meet a lot of hurdles. So I think it's important. And anybody else who lives within the neighboring countries, those are the challenges, because for them to bring back whatever they have invested, they meet a lot of hurdles, and we should be able to make it easier. And I want to echo what Honorable Dwale has said. In the Kenya Kwanza, we are going to establish a department and a ministry. So I think that legislation that the committee is going to propose should be able to fast track that process so that we can be able to make sure that those in the diaspora are able to be well taken care of. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Well, of course, I'm a little hesitant. You know, this the lady petitioner wants this thing not done now. Yes. Now, it's much easier when it's done now. That's the petition she's making. But let's have the Vice Chair. Is it or Pak?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, no doubt diaspora plays a critical role in the economic development of this country. And I have no doubt we have received a lot of remittances, a lot of investment by the diaspora team, spur for entrepreneurship, transfer of knowledge and skills, all this. That said, Mr. Speaker, I think the establishment of this office is long overdue. However, better late than never. It is important that this is done as soon as now. I have no doubt the presidential candidate of Azimio La Umoja had a meeting with the diaspora team at UK recently, and the kind of energy demonstrated by the team out there in trying to come and join us, God willing, after August in building this nation is quite overwhelming. And God willing, I can see a gentleman is pointing his finger, but no doubt the government will be Azimio come September 2022. No doubt, inshallah. No doubt once that office is established, then the lives of course, not only the diaspora team, but the lives of Kenyans will definitely improve. Inshallah, we will work together and we will establish that office come September 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable Mwandibe, but let's forget about who will become, what is going to be of the next government, because this particular petitioner wants it done immediately with these members of parliament. So let's see how quick we can. I don't think we'll all be able to speak. But Honorable Mwadime, top on the list here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Actually, it's overdue. I'm raising to support this petition. As Mr. Speaker, the diaspora actually contributes significantly to our GDP. And at the same time, most of these diasporas, if you look at them, most of them, they are just young people, youth. And right now, the biggest challenge we have in our country is jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, creating an office for the diaspora, it is long overdue. We have so many issues outside there. Like this morning, one of my constituents in Qatar, she disappeared from 1st of this month, and up to this very moment, she's not known where she is. So it's important to establish these offices for the diaspora, as they are assisting us in many ways, in terms of jobs, in terms of contribute to our GDP, and so on.
Okay, briefly, please, everybody. So we get, I see there are some members of Foreign Affairs, but not all of you will speak. Let's see the Honorable, I'm just trying to see, Honorable Tanui, member of Bomet Central. And that particular place doesn't seem to be working. Let's see if we can be able to fix it. Get to the next one. We don't seem to be working. What is the number of that one? The second one, because the other one is where your card was. Can somebody locate the Honorable Tanui, please? Yeah, you come to this one, which has been lit. It's much better. The whole of that area doesn't seem to be working well. Oh, it is working actually, but proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support this petition. I think it's long overdue. We need to benchmark with best practices in other countries like Philippines, which is having such investment authorities, and they have even gone ahead to have overseas labor offices. Those are the kind of things which we need to invest in. That will assist the hustlers working overseas. The people who are working in diaspora
the Honorable Kavinga
are hustlers. They are hustling there.
I hope you are listening to that keenly. The issue of, he has made a very important point that probably is good for the Labour Committee.
Chair, you know, we have sort of dealt with this issue, that we require to create overseas investment authority for the people working abroad, and go a step further to create labor offices in all the countries where we have many Kenyans, especially in Middle East. We need to borrow from Philippines. We don't need to do anything new. We only need to buy from them. So these people who are hustling abroad need to be taken care of, because when they send their money to their relatives here in Kenya, they are misused. And when they come back, they will discover they have no investment. So I think this is timely. We need to support. We need to come up with a bill to create this position, and even enable the Ministry of Labor to create this. Even without a bill, we can fund them to be able to create the labor offices abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's have let me have to see this other side, because I see there is Bayaya and Osotsi. I don't know there. Okay, no, let's give Osotsi first. In terms of order members.
Thank you.
Order members. Honorable Sankok is the high nominee. So
thank you, Mr.
We also
Speaker.
have to, by the way, we also have to balance. You know, we must have all formations. Represented. Let's see. We will have Honorable Baye, and I'll come here one, and then we are through. Please, not all of us will speak. So I'll give 3 more members, and I have already made decision on whom to give. And at the very worst, but let us be brief. Straight to the point. I would have given only 1 now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. The petition is on safeguarding the life and the interests of homecoming Kenyans from diaspora. And I think when the committee will retreat to digest this matter, they will need to get experiences from other countries which have had a similar project. I know, for example, Ghana they had a program where the Ghanaians who are abroad were allowed to come back. And the program was incentive-driven and even attracted the black Americans who traced their roots in Ghana. That attracted a lot of expert entry into the economy of Ghana with a lot of economic benefits.
Thank you.
So we expect the committee will look at those experiences.
Thank you, Honorable Sotsi.
So that they create...
So that we can give many more members. Let's be brief. Any member that I'm going to give now will be just 1 minute at the maximum, because I will lastly give one of the committee members to see what they can be able to do about it and how quick they can move. So let's come to Baya, and then I come 2 members here, then I go to the committee.
Thank you, Speaker.
And it should be straight to the point.
Thank you, Speaker. I think what we need to do, the diaspora remits around 400 billion, a lot of money. We need to set an authority. We need to have a ministry. We need to have infrastructural development or a system that enables the diaspora to ensure that the remittances are protected. Mr. Speaker, when we were in the United States, there's a young man there who made a profound presentation about how they suffer.
Why
their
is it
embassies...
that when you said when we were in the United States, your English began changing, but proceed and finalize?
Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize this, that the presentation that was made there, one of the areas that is a letdown to the diaspora are our embassies. There are embassies in the diaspora, the countries that are outside there, are letting down our Kenyans. And I want to speak again. In Washington, Mr. Speaker, there are horror tales of how they have lost their resources and their investment because this government has never really been interested. Although the same amount of money actually goes along to stabilize the shilling here in the country against hard currencies. So there is need, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You've really had your take. I'm going to give member for Nakuru Town. I'll give one, and then I come to the... What is it, Honorable Kilonzo? What is it, Honorable Kilonzo? You are a member of the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. So you are the one who is going to have this thing brought before you, so we'll have something from you to say. Because I do not see your chair here now.
Honorable Speaker, I was actually, you know, when you're reading this petition, Honorable Speaker, I was thinking as to why should we even be looking at, I was actually going to oppose it until my majority leader, Honorable Duale, when he said that once Kenya Kwanza takes up, and of course you are reminding us it's going to be immediate, you know, this current government will always never do anything.
No, it's
in
not.
Fact,
order, Honorable Gikaria. You see, you see, Honorable Gikaria, order members, you see, this particular petition has not been taken to the executive. It has been brought to Parliament.
Never spoke about the executive.
So it is actually about the members of Parliament who include yourself.
I never spoke about the executive.
So let's not bother too much about what government or which one will not come, which one will come. Let's deal with this matter which has been brought before us. This particular petitioner does really not care who does it, but it has to be done. And it seems that all of you, all the formations that are here, seems to agree on it. So you can actually start the workings now. Let's forget about
you know, I've had the chair of
what is your point of order, Honorable Wangwe? What's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my point of order is that is the member in order, Honorable Speaker, to say this government has not done anything. Yet, Honorable Speaker, for the last maybe 2 to 3 months, when the member has just left being the chair of energy, he has really steered a very good program, which he has served, he has supervised, he has oversighted as a member, as the chair. And Honorable Speaker, everyone is happy with the last mile connectivity. Honorable Speaker, is he in order to say that the government is not doing anything?
Honorable Wangwe, so that we don't open it too much, having heard what the Honorable Member for Nakuru Town is said, it looked to me like he was actually talking specifically on the issue of diaspora.
Exactly.
The other things, and probably it may not be wrong, because had it been done, probably this particular lady would not be petitioning. So, what is it, Honorable Dwale? You know, once you have spoken, sometimes give time to these other members to also speak.
Chair, you know, we can't allow the whip. He has how can he confirm that Honorable Gikaria the last 3 months was the most competent chair of energy, and he is the same one who wrote the letter for his de-whipping? He's lying. He is lying to the answer. He must withdraw. He's the one who wrote the letter to de-whip a very competent chair, which he has just confirmed. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the last 3 months, from fuel to food crisis, his government has failed, and he must accept it. And you have 4 months.
I am going to cut
you have got 4 months to go.
Because I think, what is it, Honorable Jimmy Nuru Wangeni? What is your point of order? What is it? And what is your point of order? What's your point of order, Honorable Jimmy? Order. Okay. You have the two of them.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
You choose any that you want to speak to.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
How can, with all due respect, how can my former boss say that the government has not done nothing and he has been in that government for the last 8 years?
Now, these points of order are not helpful. Wind up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is true. I was just saying, my majority leader has just indicated, and I want to support that this office is critical, and we need to. And Honorable Speaker, you know, like Jimmy Angwenyi, not Jimmy Angwenyi, Navaholo Member of Parliament Wangwe is just indicated. It is true. But you need also to be very careful. Since you kicked me out, you can see what is happening. And particularly, and I want to go on record, Honorable Speaker. You see, these people has refused to fund National Oil Corporation. Okay.
Okay. Let me tell you, honorable members. Now, because I think we are digressing too much, let's have the committee. Honorable Kilonzo, please. I think what we expect from you, Honorable Kilonzo, is to tell us how quick you'll be able to move with this, because it looks like it's a popular thing with members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue of diaspora is not something we should try to bring politics into. You yourself, Mr. Speaker, you do recall, as far as 9th Parliament is when the issue of diaspora became something very crucial in this country's foreign affairs policy. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Foreign Affairs have tried their best, but they have always been frustrated by Treasury, and more so by our own committee of the House here, Mr. Speaker, the Budget Committee.
Honorable members, when members stand there at the pew and bow, the next obvious thing is for them to come in. I'm not so sure. Okay, take your seats now. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Duale, after contributing and we are listening, is no longer even, is actually, Mr. Speaker, making noise. If you can take control of Honorable Duale, Mr. Speaker. Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I was saying, the issue of diaspora policy started in the 9th Parliament, Mr. Speaker. But there has been no funding through Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ministry of Foreign Affairs has tried in very many occasions, Mr. Speaker, to set up diaspora desks within the missions. The Committee of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, in as far as it knows, Mr. Speaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs has been frustrated by Treasury, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every time election time comes up, we get promises like those ones of Duale, saying when you take over, we shall do the following for diaspora. But Mr. Speaker, successive governments have always ignored the role which the diaspora does in the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, diaspora community is not looking for handouts. But Mr. Speaker, they want to know how they can invest in our country or in their country, and also how they can enlighten other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, to invest outside there, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support this petition, my prayer is the next regime.
Well, you have taken too long, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, because half of the time I had to keep quiet because of Honorable Duale. I'm just finishing up in 30 seconds.
Just finish. You need to go and deal with it at the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want the Labour Committee also to invite the Committee of Foreign Affairs in one of their sittings, Mr. Speaker, and also Minister of Foreign Affairs, to know the frustrations which have been there in as far as Treasury is concerned, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Who was named again?
Order number 5, papers.
Let's leave it, honorable members. Which one is that? The majority whip. Please lay those papers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, April 6th, 2022, this afternoon sitting. 1. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30 June 2021 and the certificates therein. A. Provident Fund. B. The Unclaimed Assets Trust Fund. C. The Asian Officers Family Pensions Fund. D. The Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund. E. The European Widows and Orphans Pension Fund. F. Office of the Control of Budget Mortgage Fund. G. The Consolidated Fund Services, subscriptions to international organizations, the National Treasury. H. The Consolidated Fund Services, salaries, allowances, and miscellaneous services. I. National Exchequer Account. J. Public Sector Accounting Board. And K. Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority. 2. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the Mawego Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30 June 2020 and the certificate therein. 3. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following constituencies for the year ended 30 June 2020 and the certificates therein. A. Alego Usonga. B. Ugunja. C. Embakasi Central. 4. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of Bondo Technical Training Institute for the year ended 30 June 2019 and the certificates therein. 5. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the National Council for Law Reporting for the year ended 30 June 2019, 30 June 2020, and 30 June 2021 and the certificates therein. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Let's have the Chairperson, Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, have something.
Honorable Speaker, I'm hoping that our senior colleagues can be giving us time to dispense some of the matters when you call upon us to do so. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 6, 2022, afternoon sitting. Report of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of the Children National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2021. Honorable Speaker, this is the report just in case anybody would want to go through it. Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That is a heavy report. Next order. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
What is it, Honorable Sankok? You know, Sankok, you keep raising points of orders. I do not. What is it?
Honorable Speaker, I seek your guidance on a matter that has left Parliament with rotten eggs on its face.
Now.
So I need your guidance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, how did an unconstitutional null and void document pass through both houses of Parliament, that is the August House? Does it mean Parliament is not competent legal department? Does it also mean that lawyers are not elected as members of Parliament?
Order, Honorable Sanko. Yes. I do not know what this you are talking about being unconstitutional, which document, but you see,
I will make reference.
You see the beauty of it, yes, Honorable Sankok, so that we don't take too much time on it.
Yes.
Is that as an assembly, we do what we are supposed to do, which is legislating.
Yes.
Once we have legislated,
yes,
it's really not for us to determine the constitutionality or otherwise of any legislation, because that goes to the other institution, which is the judiciary. When they rule whatever way, one way or the other, that marks the end of it.
But Speaker,
so please,
I'm seeking your guidance.
No, I cannot guide you on this
from the
particular
chair.
one.
You know, if BBI passed through this bill, this house, it passed through county assembly.
No.
It passed through the...
Honorable Sanko, and you know now, by the way, you are now serving actually the 5th year. So you know that there is a process that you can use to get to this. But in terms of any guidance on my part, it is not possible. I have no issue. A matter that has been settled in court is settled in court, and it is finished. So, no, I'm not going to guide you on this particular one. The court has already made a substantial... No, let's not build this one. Take your seat, the Honorable, because really, just take your seat. You have gone on record, at least as having said something. So let's go to the next... No, I know you, the Honorable Sankok. When you get a microphone, something gets into your head and you say everything and anything. So let's get back to business. You have said it anyway. You have said it anyway. You have said it anyway. Yeah, no, I don't want your appreciation for now. Let's proceed. So let's go to the next order. Are we on the questions now? So, order. Order. Let's go to questions. We'll start with the question by the member for Baringo. Member for Baringo, please ask your question. You have the floor now.
I want to just make noise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, you see, let's get to business, Mr. Speaker. I think...
Actually, just in case you forgot, the Honorable Gladys, I've just given you the mic to get to that business by asking the question which you have put. I'm sure you can see.
Mr. Speaker, my name is not Gladys.
I said Gladwell.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let's get back to business, Mr. Speaker, because the way we are going, people are turning this house into a campaign house. Let's be with Parliament now, Mr. Speaker. Yes, no question. I don't have a question.
Are you sure the Honorable Gladys, Gladwell, sorry.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Just a minute, Mr. Speaker. Sir, give another person, I'll come back. A minute. Please.
Now, let me just help you, the Honorable Gladwell, because it's a you have a question. If you look at if you look at your order paper, you actually top on the list. But as you made a request, I will go to the next one and come back to you.
Yes.
So let's have the member for Magarini, the Honorable Michael Kingi.
Yeah, let him come back to me, kindly.
Please, just take your time, Honorable Gladwell. I don't want to... And the Honorable Sankok, that's now not how to help a colleague member. Please. Yeah. Honorable Kingi, please proceed. I'm not able to trace you, Kingi. There, please. We are having a problem locating you. Yeah, just take that one. It's not very far from where you are. And Honorable Gladwell, please just take some time. Approach the chair, you will be fine. Just come here. Honorable Gladwell, please approach the chair. Honorable Sankok, take your seat. I'm going to, Honorable Sankok, I think you are being very... Proceed, Honorable Kingi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I
Honorable
rise to
Gladwell,
ask
please take
question number 102 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Works, Gender and Special Program. One, what urgent measures has the Ministry put in place to ensure continuous and adequate supply of relief food in Magarini constituency, given that the current supply is inadequate, particularly for the vulnerable members of the society? Two, what steps has the government taken to ensure transparency and fair distribution of relief food distributed through local administrators, village elders, and Nyumba Kumi officials, particularly to the vulnerable and most affected population? Three, could the government consider allocating more relief food to Magarini constituency, given the extent of famine in the area, to prevent starvation and cushion the vulnerable population, especially women and children? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, that one will be replied to before the committee on the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Now let's go back to the Honorable Gladwell Chesire. Gladwell, not Gladys, Gladwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to answer question number 101, stroke 2020, ordinary question. What measures has the government put in place to mitigate against the recent spate of insecurity incidences experienced in Baringo County, particularly ensuring that the incidences do not escalate to communal conflicts? Roman 2, what immediate interventions has the government employed to ensure that food and relief items are distributed in Baringo County, considering the ongoing drought that has severely affected the county? Roman 3, what humanitarian assistance is the government intending to provide to persons who are internally displaced by the conflicts in the county, and in particular, the steps being taken to resettle displaced persons? Roman 4, what measures has the government put in place to ensure that persons displaced by the rising water levels of Lake Baringo and Lake Bogoria in Baringo County are resettled? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Now, we have a statement response by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Is he present? How long does it take?
Who is the bearded member? Is he wearing a
Proceed. Allow the Honorable Chair to enjoy his
thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In peace.
Honorable Speaker, person to Standing Order 44-2C, John Kiari MP requested a statement on 8 February 2022 regarding ban on scrap metal trade. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development responded as follows. Honorable Speaker, Article 26 of Scrap Metal Act number 1 of 2015 is the export of scrap metal. Export of scrap metal in Article 26 is for non-ferrous metal which cannot be smelted locally, while export of ferrous metal is not allowed. Article 26(2) indicates that for export, the Cabinet Secretary, in the meantime responsible for finance, in consultation with the Cabinet Secretary responsible for industrialization and with the recommendation of Council, may, under such circumstances as may be prescribed, authorize the export of specific scrap metal for a specific period. Certificate for each consignment shall be issued by the Principal Secretary. Honorable Speaker, currently there is no holding any export licenses. All licenses expired and the exporters are all applying and the applications are being processed. Honorable Speaker, fresh vetting will be undertaken by a multi-agency team for licensing. Honorable Speaker, since the imposition of moratorium, 59 businesses have applied for license, 7 of which have applied for export licenses. The final processing of the licenses will be undertaken once vetting by the multi-agency team is completed. Honorable Speaker, the second question was on the issue of the scrap metal dealers and exporters. And the response is as follows. Honorable Speaker, a multi-agency team has been constituted to do fresh vetting of all fresh applications for licenses and those already licensed to have their license renewed in order to streamline the scrap metal trade in the country. The multi-agency team comprises of the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, Scrap Metal Council, National Police Service, Kenya Power, Kenya Railways, Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and National Government Administration constitute the multi-agency team. Honorable Speaker, the third question, are there any plans to nullify all permits which had been exempted by the Cabinet Secretary? Honorable Speaker, there are no plans to nullify all the permits which had been exempted by the Cabinet Secretary. Special permit, however, for copper, which is a key component for critical national infrastructure equipment, will be issued after fresh vetting. Honorable Speaker, question number 4. What measures are in place to lift the ban, especially for the local recyclers? Honorable Speaker, Ministry have developed standard guidelines for the purposes of conducting scrap metal business in the country, and it was presented before the multi-agency team on the 9th February 2022 for discussion and obviously deliberation. Honorable Speaker, the draft guidelines has been presented to representatives of the stakeholders involved in the scrap metal trade, namely Kenya Iron and Scrap Metal Association, millers, scrap metal recyclers, and others on the 15th February 2022. Subsequently, the guidelines was shared with the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of the National Government, Head of Public Service, and the Attorney General for concurrence on the 17th February 2022. Thus, this presents an opportunity for it to be discussed in the Cabinet meeting. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary, Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development met with Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of the National Government on the 28th February 2022, and an agreement was undertaken to convene a meeting of all the relevant stakeholders from the public and private sectors in order to review the draft guidelines and chart the way forward on the matter in preparation for lifting the moratorium. Honorable Speaker, it is to the interest of all stakeholders that all persons, businesses handling scrap metal should be licensed and to use business membership organizations to undertake the initial vetting of the members. As you may recall, proper guidelines was a precondition for lifting the moratorium. Honorable Speaker, in terms of estimation of the moratorium, has ensured that approximately Kenya shilling 3 billion has not been lost by the vandalism of critical infrastructure. I wish to share this statement with Honorable John Kiarie, and if there are any other supplementary questions, then I think we will take it up from there. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So, honorable members, we'll start with the Honorable Kiarie, if he's in the House. I thought it's the member for Kikuyu. You know, I'm interested if surely it is, well, if it is true, because I don't have any information. Let's start with the member for Kikuyu. Let's hope that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I've keenly listened.
And mostly because he had not spoken this afternoon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and you know I have a keen interest on that statement because a lot of our people who are scrap metal dealers and also very young hustlers who collect scrap metal in our villages, in our small towns, and sell them to local smelters have really suffered in the last few months, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the ban in itself was an illegal ban. Honorable Speaker, it is amazing that the chair has been informed and he has the audacity to bring the same report to the House that they are working on guidelines. Guidelines to do what, Honorable Speaker, when there is already an existing law that regulates how this business of scrap metal is to be conducted in this country. And Honorable Speaker, we must, as a House, and I have said it before, be bold and courageous enough to tell the President off when he acts against the law. The illegal ban by the President and the Minister, Honorable Speaker, is something that we should not stand and accommodate such a statement from the Ministry, Honorable Speaker. The guidelines that they purport to be issuing, Honorable Speaker, now, what guidelines do you need other than what is already established in law? Honorable Speaker, you saw recently a very unfortunate incident where a young man fell into one of the smelters factories in Ruiru, or somewhere in the river, and lost his life, and may the Lord rest his soul in peace. But Honorable Speaker, the point is, we are punishing very many innocent families in this country who rely on scrap metal trade. In Dagoretti Center, where the Honorable Member for Dagoretti South comes from, Honorable Speaker, Dagoretti Market, close to probably 12% of the shops deal with scrap metal dealers. Go to Waithaka Shopping Center, the same thing. And these people are not the people who are vandalizing electric poles and electrical gadgets somewhere in Embakasi. These are people who earn an honest living collecting scrap metal, used metal. Honorable Speaker, we must not punish. Let me finish, Honorable Speaker. We must not punish our people because of failure by government. It is government's work to protect its installations, Honorable Speaker, and those electrical installations are to be protected by government. Government cannot now hide behind the people.
I think you are finished, but
what is the point of order?
Yeah, I have
There's
a point
nothing
of
out of order for me saying that government has a responsibility to protect its vital installations without punishing hustlers, Honorable Speaker.
Let's hear the
Honorable Speaker, it is wrong for the member of Kikuyu to first and foremost predict. And who are you?
Hey, please.
No, you cannot ask me who I am. He's asking me who I am.
Order, honorable members. Please,
Honorable Speaker.
Let us always maintain our cool. You know, these things are not...
It is wrong for him to ask me who I am, and he's a senior member of this house. He's a senior member of this house, and he asks, who are you? And who are you?
No, order, Honorable Kabinga.
And I am Kabinga Washira, my friend.
Honorable Kabinga.
I'm Kabinga Washira, my friend.
Honorable Kabinga.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a tendency of some members of turning this house into a town hall political house. And we must not allow this, Honorable Speaker. We have Honorable Ishungwa here turning everything into politics, Honorable Speaker. And we cannot allow this. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker,
you will have to give an opportunity to Honorable Kabinga. Honorable Kabinga. By the way,
you have to listen
from now, and it is true. Probably what Honorable Kabinga is saying,
yes,
is true, because even when you bring something which is fairly apolitical,
even a serious matter is turned into politics.
We politicize. So what we do in this particular
case, allow this in this house.
Let us deal with things that have been brought to this house.
Yes.
What has been responded to by the chair trade is something to do with scrap metal. We really don't need to go out and do other things. So, Honorable Kabinga.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted I'm on a point of order, Honorable Speaker, to say it's wrong to accuse the government when it does a temporary halt of an activity to put structures in place. Honorable Speaker, this scrap metal, there were no structures. Actually, now we have structures. How can you wake up and start blaming the government and trying to create politics out of nowhere?
Honorable Kabinga, the Honorable Ishungwa and Honorable Pukose are actually asking what is out of order. Actually, the behavior you are
the out of order is the bringing in of politics in the house.
Each other down unnecessarily. So
that's the point of order.
Members, let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. I know, towards the elections and especially primaries, temperatures go up and sugar also shoots high. Now let us avoid this. Let's avoid this. I mean, it's not too serious. It will come, it will go. Let's not bother. And let's all be. No. Order, members. Once you have made your point, I think you allow other members to also make their point. We really don't have to politicize everything that comes to the House. Let's leave politics to other forums outside the House. So, because of that, I'm not going to allow. I'm just going to allow the Honorable Mbadi, the leader of minority, and that will be the end.
Thank you.
That will be the end.
Mr. Speaker,
I have given one. No, let's leave it. It's now, I mean, that is the end. That is the last one. That is the last one.
Mr. Speaker, mine was a small one.
That's
really.
the last one. Proceed, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, mine was a small one. I think we are being unfair to Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. You know, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah is preparing to be either minority leader, being in the opposition. So he has to practice it now. So let's allow him the latitude, Mr. Speaker.
Now the minority.
Let's allow him the latitude.
Minority leader.
To learn.
We have just come from trying to put down any unnecessary political.
I'm just trying to be fair to Kimani.
Order.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be a governor. So, yes.
Order.
I have accepted.
Order.
I have accepted. I'm not going to be governor.
Honorable Ichung'wah.
Yeah. But I'm just.
Please. Order, Honorable Ichung'wah.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. Please. Now.
Allow Kimani Ichung'wah to practice being in the opposition.
You know,
this is the time.
You know, it's very interesting. These are some of the very good and fine accountants we have in this house. When they start throwing words at each other, it becomes a bit difficult. So, honorable members, what I'm going to do now,
is allowed.
I am not going to allow anything else. I'm not going to allow any point of order for the time being to bring sanity to the house. So we go back to let's proceed now. And I will not open up anything for the house because we can't go like this. So please, let's proceed. Next order. Next order. Next order. Just come. What is it? Statement. But you have not placed it here. Let me see it then, because I have no. Okay, there is actually a request by the Honorable Duale, a statement request, which is actually not in, it was not here. Do you have anything, the Chair, Administration and National Security? You also have a statement, a response. Yes, let's start with the response, and then we come with to the request. Actually, what we should have done earlier is to start with the request. But since I have not seen it's not listed here, just as much as yours is also not listed, because the only statement response that I have in the order paper is that one by the Honorable Chair Trade. But you'll have an opportunity, then we come to Honorable Duale's request. We will not open it too much to a lot of interrogation. We will just go straight to the point and then we'll be fine. Proceed, the Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the following is a statement which was asked by the Member of Parliament for Borabu constituency, the Honorable Ben Momanyi, who sought a statement regarding an accident involving 2 employees of MS Transmara Sugar Company Limited located in Narok County. In particular, the member sought the following. 1, the status of investigations into the disappearance of Mr. Duke Nyambimba Mongare and Mr. Patrick Adipo, both employees of Transmara Sugar Company Limited, who were covered by falling baggage which put up a fire at the baggage yard and have not been traced to date. 2, the steps that have been taken to trace the 2 employees. 3, the action that the relevant government agencies have taken, such as the Director of Criminal Investigations, including instituting investigations and making arrests for possible criminal negligence by the management of the sugar company. 4, whether the company has been operating in strict conformity to the provisions of the Occupational Safety and Health Act 2007. And finally, an assurance that comprehensive investigations are carried out into the circumstances surrounding the accident and that action has been taken against anyone found culpable on any form of negligence. The response, Honorable Speaker, sir, is as follows. That on 22nd February 2022, Chief Security Officer, Transmara Sugar Company, Mr. David Tonkei reported that there was an incident at the factory. Police officers from Enosian police station visited the scene and established that 3 fire marshals, Patrick Adipo Okello, age 35 years, Duke Nyambimba, age 27 years, and Ruben Cheruiyot, age 33 years, were on routine patrols at the Bages area when suddenly the Bages caved in and covered 2 of them. Ruben Cheruiyot escaped unhurt. Honorable Speaker, the rescue mission commenced immediately, and on the following day, the Transmara Sub-County Security and Intelligence Committee and the sugar company management held a meeting at the scene. After deliberations, the Red Cross team and the dog unit were invited to join the rescue mission. However, the sniffer dogs could not assist in such mission due to toxic nature of Bages and were therefore withdrawn. The search continued with the aid of eyewitnesses, one of them being Ruben Cheruiyot, and the company CCTV footage. On the 25th February 2022, the Sub-County Security Committee, led by the DCC Transmara West, were at the scene to supervise the scooping of Bages, and the factory management was asked to hire more machinery to facilitate the scooping of the Bages. The following machinery was therefore deployed. 1, 3 excavators, and each had a driver and 1 spotter. 24 tippers to remove Bages from the site to save place. 3 earth-moving bulldozers. Honorable Speaker,
you know,
there is too loud a consultation. If you can proceed, protect me.
But I can, you know, it is. I've been here for a long time. And sometimes when it's close to elections, temperatures just get ignited and unnecessarily on very small issues. So please let us maintain our cool, even amidst issues of. So please, let's maintain our cool. We can still afford to be peaceful with each other in the House.
Allow me, therefore, Honorable Speaker, to proceed. The following machinery was therefore deployed. Roman 1, 3 excavators, and each had a driver and 1 spotter. Roman 2, 24 tippers to remove baggage from site to save place. 3 earth-moving bulldozers. 4, 2 backhoe, and 5, 3 shovels and 1 grader. Further, 100 manpower was on operation in 12-hour shift continuously. 8 police officers were also deployed to guard. On the 28th February 2022, the Sub-County Security had meeting with Transmara Sugar Factory, where they were briefed on progress made so far. On 15th March 2022, the factory management had a meeting with the relatives of the victims at Enosian Police Station, where Sub-County Intelligence Committee assured the families of their commitment in retrieving the missing persons. Honorable Speaker, on the 24th March 2022 at 19:30 hours, Mr. Sam Kalu, the legal counsel of Transmara Sugar Company, reported at Enosian Police Station, Vide OB number 21/24/3/2022.
I hear some members saying that you should table the statement because, just a minute, because the owner of the statement is not there. But we like to do things uniformly. Remember, we just did the previous one in absence of
the member,
Honorable KJ. So the only thing which I will do, because that actually saves time of the House, once you have read your statement, the Honorable Chair,
that is it.
We will simply leave it there.
That is true.
So that is easy, but just read the statement.
Much obliged, well guided, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sir, on 24th March 2022 at 19:30 hours, Mr. Sam Kalu, the legal counsel of Transmara Sugar Company, reported at Enosen Police Station by OB number 21/24/3/2022 that the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services from the Ministry of Labor, Social Security Services had visited the factory and issued conservatory order to immediately close down Transmara Sugar Factory against the backdrop of company plan to harvest 11,600 tons of sugarcane burned at Mapashe/Magenche areas along the boundaries of Narok and Kisii counties. Honorable Speaker, on 25th March 2022, consultative meetings was convened at Transmara Sugar Company offices, attended by the management of Transmara Sugar Company, 2, DOSH officers from Nairobi and Narok, 3, Sub-County Security Intelligence Committee, Transmara West, 4, local administrator, and 5, area ACC and OCS and OSIN. The meeting was chaired by the DCC Transmara West Sub-County, where the DOSH team led members in identifying areas of concern that ought to be addressed by the management. The members unanimously agreed to convene an all stakeholders meeting on 31st March 2022 at Lenamo Springs Hotel, Kilgoris. Honorable Speaker, investigations are ongoing by inquiry file number 1 of 2022, and statement of crucial witness has been taken. On 28th February 2022, investigators visited Directorate of Safety and Occupational Health Office at Safety House, Nairobi, with the intentions of recording statements. However, Honorable Speaker, the DOSH requested for 3 days to make comprehensive report on the same, which is crucial to investigation. And Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the company is working in compliance with the Occupational Safety and Health Act. The company has a current certificate of registration of workplace issued by DOSH on 30th November 2021, which expires on 9th September 2022. Further, the company conducts its annual occupational safety and health audit and submits the same to the relevant authority. What they have done up to now, Honorable Speaker, are the following 5, and as I end, 1 is that risk assessment audit was submitted to DOSH on 24th January.
Have you finished, Honorable Chair? Yeah, proceed.
2 lines.
Yeah, proceed.
Yes. Now the following is what they have done. 1 is risk assessment audit was submitted to DOSH on 24th January 2022. 2, annual safety and health audit was submitted to DOSH on 24th January 2022. 3, fire and safety audit was submitted to the same institution on 24th January 2022. 4, workplace noise assessment report was also submitted to the same institution on 22nd February 2022. And 5, and final one, is that occupational air quality report was also submitted on 22nd February 2022. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Chair, please table. Now we'll go to the statement request by the Honorable Duale. We go to the statement request by the Honorable Duale, and then we proceed.
Make it short. You're telling who now? I'm not from. Are you from Lari or Kabete?
Proceed,
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee regarding alleged misuse and wastage of public funds on the Building Bridges Initiative, known as BBI, BBI Steering Committee and Task Force, the BBI Secretariat, and the Principal Secretaries. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 31st March 2022, the Supreme Court declared the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, popularly known as BBI Bill, as null and void. The pertinent question that arises is, Mr. Speaker, was public funds utilized in rolling out the unconstitutional BBI process? Honorable Speaker, it is estimated that over 30 billion was used by the BBI Steering Committee and Task Force, the BBI Secretariat and the Principal Secretaries in the formulation and advancement of the BBI Bill. In particular, the BBI Initiative Steering Committee and Task Force spent an estimated Kenya shillings 10 billion of public money in what was termed as public and stakeholder engagement exercise for collection of views on the BBI bill. Further, senior government officers, including principal secretaries, who are also accounting officers, spent an estimated Kenya shillings 20 billion to roll out the illegal BBI project. Honorable Speaker, Article 201, Sub-Article D of the Constitution provides that public money shall be used in a prudent and responsible way. Further, Section 66, Subsection 1A and Roman 1 of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012 provide that accounting officers shall monitor, evaluate, and oversee the management of public finances in their respective entities, including the promotion and enforcement of transparency, effective management and accountability with regard to the use of public finances, and take such other actions not inconsistent with the Constitution. Further, Mr. Speaker, Article 33, Sub-Article D of the Constitution provides the guiding principles of leadership principles, and lastly, leadership integrity, and it defines accountability to public for decisions and actions as one of the leadership principles as provided in the Constitution. Further, Mr. Speaker, Article 226, Sub-Article 5 of the Constitution provides that if the holder of a public office, including a political office, directs or approves the use of public funds contrary to law or instructions, that person is liable for any loss arising from that use and shall make good the loss, whether the person remains the holder of the office or not. Honorable Speaker, the use of public funds by the BBI Steering Committee and Task Force, the BBI Secretariat, and the Principal Secretaries on the unconstitutional BBI bill was in blatant violation of Article 73, Sub-Article D, on Article 201, Sub-Article D, and on Article 226, Sub-Article 5 of the Constitution, and Section 66, Subsection 1A and Roman 1 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. Honorable Speaker, indeed, pursuant to Article 73, Sub-Article D, as read together with Article 226, Sub-Article 5 of the Constitution, the Principal Secretaries who authorized
the use of public funds and or diverted public funds for the advancement of the unconstitutional BBI process should be held personally liable for the misuse and wastage of public funds. Whereas, Mr. Speaker, under Article 37 of the Public Audit Act, number 34 of 2015, a forensic audit to establish the fraud, the corruption, or financial improprieties may be undertaken by the Auditor General only upon request by Parliament and more so this House. It is worth noting that Article 229, Sub-Article 5 of the Constitution places a constitutional and legal obligation on the Auditor General to conduct an audit on the accounts of any entity that is funded from the public funds. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that the BBI Steering Committee and Task Force, the BBI Secretariat, and the Principal Secretaries applied diverted public funds into unconstitutional BBI process, the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, has a constitutional obligation under Article 2295 of the Constitution as an independent office to undertake an audit of the accounts of the BBI Steering Committee and Task Force, the BBI Secretariat, and the Principal Secretaries responsible for possible misuse and wastage of public funds. Honorable Speaker, it is on the account of these grave concerns that I seek for a statement from the Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee on the following. What was the exact amount of public funds that were allocated and utilized by the BBI Steering Committee and Task Force, the BBI Secretariat and Principal Secretaries in the unconstitutional BBI process? Mr. Speaker, whether in accordance with Article 201D of the Constitution, the public funds were used in a prudent and responsible way. Speaker, and I don't need a pedestrian answers on the floor of the House. There are people who are used to pedestrian engagement. They can't engage me. And finally, Mr. Speaker, whether in accordance with Article 229, Sub-Article 6 of the Constitution, the public funds were applied lawfully and in an effective way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If not this Parliament, the next Parliament will deal with this matter.
Honorable Duale, you have put this one on record. I am trying to really consult on whether we require a statement from the Chairperson Public Accounts Committee. Because ordinarily, as by the standing orders that we recreated, it is normally, well, that's what I'm going to consult on that. So, no, which one? Because we normally send this thing to departmental committees so that we can get from the executive. But in a situation like this, I do not think I would be expecting, because where would the Public Accounts Committee be coming from?
I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee, and I'm sure the clerk will help you. The speaker, the substantive speaker, made a communication on the floor of this House on how forensic audit can be sought by Parliament, mainly through Public Accounts Committee and Public Investment Committee. So if you read the communication of Speaker Muturi, it is only the Public Accounts Committee or the Public Investment Committee that has the mandate on behalf of the House to write to the Auditor General on any matter that concerns audit. And this is an audit issue, and that is why, and the Speaker, of course, I'm a ranking member. I did my homework very well. Even I read the communication.
Even if you did, the Honorable Duale, you are actually asking or a statement from the Chairperson Public Accounts Committee. Yeah, so that is the thing that I want to consult on, because it is something that is that I would want to consult on that. So I don't think we need to open up this thing, because it is better. It is better, because I am trying to see, because the option that I have is to simply send it out to the Public Accounts Committee. But as to how we are going to ask them to read out a statement, like every other committee, a departmental committee or otherwise, is something that we would want to confirm. But maybe I would give 2 members only. You know, honorable members, you cannot, I mean, I think sometimes also you must be respectful. You see, you cannot guide me from where I sit here. It is not possible. What I'm just saying is that it is something that I want to confirm. I do not think where the problem is in that particular one. If we can be talking about not the issues that arise out of this, but whether we should expect a statement from the Public Accounts Committee. The Honorable Duale was part of the team that we crafted the appearance of ministers and responding to statements. So even if it is communication that I'm going to ask for Honorable Duale, of course I'll have to look at it. So the option I have is whether I want to open it up for members to give comments. In the meantime, I make that quick consultation. So you cannot, Honorable Pukose, if you really do not want to make a statement, that is absolutely fine. But you have just said yourself that you are not interested. So I will give 2 members, one from this side and one from the other. So let's start with the Honorable Sankok. You want to say something on this particular one? Yes, let's hear.
Honorable Speaker, this is a very important statement, because public funds were used on a document that the High Court or the Supreme Court and even the Court of Appeal declared as illegal, unconstitutional, null and void. And Honorable Speaker, what we will be asking ourselves is, because we want to recover this money, where do we recover this money? Is it from the PSS? Is it from the steering committee members? Or is it from the handshake brothers? And if it is from the handshake brother, now that we are aware that the sitting president cannot be sued, what we can do is sue the President Bonoko, and so that he can refund 15 billion, and then await for 4 months for Uhuru Kenyatta to be a former president and take him to court to pay the balance, Honorable Speaker, because public funds must be recovered. The public funds must be recovered. So what we are asking ourselves is that, where do we collect this money? Honorable Speaker, let me not be interrupted by Honorable Otieno Kajwang. You are CJ Bonoko, by the way, my friend. You can as well go ahead.
Let's have the Honorable Kajwang. Honorable Kajwang. You see, sometimes, Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
you make it extremely, because let's hear the Honorable TJ Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I know we are at the tail end of this term, and many members would want to speak to their constituents, especially those members who are here and did nothing, so that by speaking on the floor of the House, they may be considered by their electorate. But I think we still can be serious and do what we came here for, Mr. Speaker. A trend has come, Mr. Speaker, in this House, where members interact with the Speaker freely, as though a Speaker is somebody that you can engage with.
Now, first of all, the Honorable TJ, I wanted you to look at, and I expected you to basically.
I'm going there, Mr. Speaker, but I had an issue of order.
Forget about the side shows.
I have an issue of order. There is a trend which has come in this House, where members of this House engage with the Speaker from their seats freely, as though there are no rules that should contain members. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue.
Are you able to see to respond to this particular?
I'm going there.
That's the most important.
Let me get to the substance. You know, Mr. Speaker, there are ranking members, perhaps who are ranking older than I am, but who have taken their positions in this House to mislead this House. Now, an issue such as ministerial statement is a jurisprudence received from Westminster. It is ministerial question is Prime Minister's question, Mr. Speaker. And it is directed at the minister or the person who, to the executive. Now, Honorable Duale, I want protection from Honorable Duale. When he was speaking, we were very quiet. When we were speaking, we were very quiet. He must also listen to other people who have alternative views.
I'm trying to.
Can I be protected? Can I be protected from Honorable Duale?
Okay.
Duale must not think that he's the one who has all answers in this house.
Now,
can I be protected from Honorable Duale?
Order members.
You are making him. You are making him.
What's your point of order, Honorable Duale?
No. I'm on a point of order.
What is your point of order?
I'm on a point of order.
So have your seat, man. Have your seat.
And please.
Respectively, have your seat.
You still have your floor.
Chairman.
Let's get the point of order. You still have the floor, Honorable. What is it?
Mr. Speaker.
You know. Now, can you listen? Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Duale, Honorable, take your seat. Take your seat. Now, honorable members, when the honorable Duale sought a point of order, you still have the floor, the Honorable Kajwang. So let him finish his point of order, and it comes back to you to finalize what you have done. It is how it is done here. He's on a point of order, and then we go back to the Honorable Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, maybe, Mr. Speaker, those
now, order.
Mr. Speaker,
take your seat, Honorable Duale.
Speaker, maybe
take your seat, Honorable Duale. Take your seat. Just in case you are not aware, honorable members, just in case you are not aware, the Honorable Duale, the Honorable TJ Kajwang, was not on a point of order. He was contributing. I had given him an opportunity to contribute. So he rises on a point of order. Order members, you will take your seats. So as we go back, we go back, finalize the Honorable TJ. Honorable TJ, finalize. Just relax.
Mr. Speaker, I think we are all entitled to come to this house and contribute like equal members of this house. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Duale should not take it upon himself that he has all the answers to this question. All of us are members of this house by virtue that we were elected. After all, I'm elected with more votes than he is. He was elected by 3,000 votes. 3,000 votes from Garissa. 3,000 votes from Garissa. 3,000 votes, and you come here thinking that you are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now take your seats. Just take your seat. Honorable Duale, just take your seat. Just take your seat. Honorable Sankok, now take your seats. Take your seat. No. Honorable members, now that you have the honorable everybody has finished their contribution. Now, Out of order. Out of order. Out of order. So what we are going to do is very simple. I'm making consultation on which committee to refer to. So, Honorable TJ, I gave you an opportunity. Just a minute. So, order, take your seats, honorable members. Now you don't need to be excited about anything. Now the Honorable Duale and TJ Kajwang can be discussing their things there, but we are going to make consultation on what step to take. So please, you really don't have to. Just take your seats, honorable members. Take your seats. You know, I gave the Honorable TJ expecting him to bring in the legal bit of it, but he didn't make it. So let's just proceed with this statement. There is that thing we are not opening it up. That one will be revisited. That one will be revisited, not this one. Now first of all, before you rise on your point of order, every member take your seat, be silent, then we will be able to discuss. But if you keep throwing matters between yourselves, it will not help anybody. The Honorable TJ Kajwang was contributing. He was actually giving a contribution. So it was right for the Honorable Duale to rise on a point of order. It is okay. But what we cannot accept is when order. Sit down. You are extremely unruly nowadays. You are extremely. Sit down and keep quiet. Please. You see, we cannot have, there are people here, and we know it because we've been here long enough. Towards an election, people would want to shout, say all sorts of things, because they are speaking to constituencies outside this house. I have noticed one particular member, for example. I've noticed one particular member who is all the time shouting, and if you ask even that particular member to say anything to this particular thing, probably doesn't know what is proceeding. Now, what was so difficult with what the Honorable Duale, and I gave the Honorable TJ Kajwang, a member did not even notice that actually the Honorable Kajwang was not on a point of order. I sit here myself, and I know when I give you an opportunity to contribute and bring your intellectual input into this particular thing. Now, another member of this other side just, wants to say everything about anything. You see, and it is known who these particular members are. And shouting. I can assure you, honorable members, having been among the people who are in this house today, here, is only one member who came here earlier than myself. And I have noticed, even if you shout that hard, if you are not working very hard down there, there is really nothing much that shouting can come. Let us engage in intellectual discourse. Let us legislate. When we give an opportunity to the member, like the member for Waraka, let's listen to him. Let us see if he has something that he wants to contribute to this one. In the meantime, what every other speaker does is, as they give members an opportunity, they are also consulting on other matters that deal with this particular thing that is here. So what is this that would be shouting at each other here? We could do much better listening to each other. So can we take our piece? Now we will give an opportunity to the two members. But on the issue of referral, because as far as I'm concerned, that decision I will make. And it does not matter, even if you shout, because the decision that I'll make will go unanswered, and it will be handled in that matter. So it is sometimes much better when you are able to get minds of colleagues in the House and see whether there is any way that can be modified to make the matter even better. That is the only thing that we require of this. But now, Honorable TJ Kajwang, when I give you an opportunity, for example, and rather than contribute directly in terms of giving the intellectual input, which I know you have, you start throwing issues that are politicals, and then you get a response which is political. It does not help. It does not help. So this matter will be resolved. There should be no problem. There should be no problem. We are going to be consulting, and you can see there are quite a number of officers here. We will consult, and we will make a decision that will be good for the House and for posterity. Please, honorable members, let's take your piece. So as we look at this, so I'll make the last, Honorable TJ, now I don't think I need any more of this contribution. I think it's something that I need to quickly deal with it. All right, honorable members, next order. Next order. Next order.
Order number 8, the Elections Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2022. Question to be put.
Just a minute. Yes, now, so we go to the next order. Which? Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 53.3 that following the order which the clerk has just read, I wish to seek that, Honorable Speaker, due to some consultations which are still going on, I seek that you kindly allow us one more opportunity so that you put the question on a date which you'll decide by yourself. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We do have a series of, that is on order number 8. Order number 8? Yes, so we go to the next order.
Order number 9, the motion, approval of the mediated version of the county government's additional allocation bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021.
So, next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 53.3 once more to seek that you allow the committee another one more session, and you appoint a time at your own discretion, Honorable Speaker, so that you put the question next time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order, that is done.
Order number 10, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020. Question to be put.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 53.3 once more to seek that you allow me one more opportunity, Honorable Speaker, so that we can consult with the Committee on Agriculture and you appoint the next opportune moment to put the question. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. So I then proceed, of course, under the circumstances, to defer order number 11, because if we are getting a second shot on order number 10, that is what would have begotten the order number 11. So we go to the next order, but defer.
Order number 12, the Children Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2021, second reading, resumption of debate.
Okay. There was no member on the floor, so I give any member. I want to see who is interested on this particular one on children, the Children Bill. Okay. The Honorable is that Dr. Undo?
Yes. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the Children's Bill. I must admit from the onset it's a voluminous document, it's a voluminous bill, so it's not possible to deal on every aspect of the bill. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, we need to appreciate the important role children play in the lives of this country, in their families, and society at large. Honorable Speaker, we must also note from the onset that there has been many cases where children have been abused or denied their rights as dictated in the Constitution of Kenya and the various international conventions or practices and norms all over the country and the continent of Africa. Honorable Speaker, yes, there exists a Children's Act which has been found to be inadequate insofar as the Constitution of Kenya is concerned, and also inadequate due to the changing realities of how children are brought up and are managed in the various aspects. Honorable Speaker, indeed all over the world, children are our future, and consequently, a lot of effort is normally taken to ensure that children are protected adequately. Honorable Speaker, allow me just to pick a few issues that I've come across as I've read through the bill as it stands. Honorable Speaker, there is in clause 2 on the child abuse, Honorable Speaker. Child abuse includes several issues. I want to make a comment, Honorable Speaker, on specifically number E, which clearly says dissemination to a child of any material, information, education, or health services that promotes, induces, condones, or normalizes sexual activity or behavior amongst children. Honorable Speaker, many of the people I've spoken to have raised a bit of concern on specifically what the import of this particular clause in respect of children abuse. Honorable Speaker, indeed over the years, through the Ministry of Education and other health providers, we have provided sex education in our schools to persons who are children. And children here meant anybody who is below 18. If indeed dissemination of such material would amount to children abuse, where then do we place the aspect of sex education in our lives and the lives of the children? Honorable Speaker, therefore, many stakeholders feel that particular aspects need to be clearly redefined to ensure that there's proper understanding what constitutes an offense of child abuse insofar as the curriculum and the delivery of sexual education to young people. Honorable Speaker, of course there has been an ending debate in this country on the issue of corporal punishment. Honorable Speaker, again, corporal punishment is defined in the bill means that you use physical force applied on a child by use of any means, including a cane or other object, with the intention of inflicting pain or discomfort for the purpose of corrective discipline or punishment. Yes, Honorable Speaker, we are African, and African are like any other people in this world. We have our own traditional way of discipline. We have our own traditional way of undertaking what we do. Making corporal punishment in the way it is framed here, being illegal, indeed, Honorable Speaker, is to damage families, is to damage children's discipline, and to make it extremely difficult to correct and put children in the line of duty all the correct way. Honorable Speaker, there can be never any corrective discipline that does not come with sanction or some form of pain. Honorable Speaker, it is important again, at the Committee of the Whole House, we must redefine what constitutes corporal punishment, both in public schools, in private homes, or any other corrective facility. Honorable Speaker, to the uninitiated or to any other person, the definitions of a foster parent and a guardian seems to be very confusing. Indeed, there must be an effort to clearly indicate what constitutes a foster parent or a guardian, so that any person who is reading the act or applying the act has no confusion on what constitutes, what that means. Honorable Speaker, again, parent means the mother or father or any person who is liable by law to maintain a child or is entitled to his custody. Again, this particular definition, Honorable Speaker, brings a lot of confusion. A parent must be very clear, a foster parent must be very clear, a guardian parent must be very clear, and a person who has taken parental responsibility must also be very clear. Therefore, we need to be very clear on what we do, how we go ahead. Honorable Speaker, there is radicalization, which is a fairly nebulous term.
Honorable Oundo, you had spoken to the bill?
No, Honorable Speaker.
No?
No. I was called, and since I was not ready, I deferred my comments, and it is clear on the Hansard.
Okay.
I'm very clear in my mind, Honorable
very
Speaker.
Clear about that?
I have been here for 4.5 years,
yes.
And I'm a fairly fast learner.
Okay.
And I remember on that particular day, I clearly raised the concern, and the Speaker who was seated on the seat,
yes.
the substantive Deputy Speaker,
yeah.
clearly said, since we didn't have numbers, let us just move the bill, we'll contribute. There will be another time slated for contribution on the bill.
Okay, I'll go by your word.
Yes, you can rest assured that don't lie. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Millie, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to intervene. Madam Speaker, I do apologize for my brother for interrupting. I didn't wish to do so. There's an issue that I had raised with the Speaker informally, but I want to put it formally. That even as we are moving the children's bill, I know that it is in the Committee of Social Welfare or something like that.
Labor. Should be the Committee of Labor.
Committee of Labor, yes, the Committee of Labor. But, Madam Speaker, there are also issues relating to it that I think ideally should be looked at by the Committee of Justice. And I was wondering whether they could actually have a joint meeting. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons is because I have seen that my bill on child justice has finally been gazetted. My bill on child justice is creating a different legal framework for children in conflict with the law, when this one has a brief mention on children in conflict with the law. And I think we'll be able to benefit from legal minds, whether we should have that one bill or whether we should have two separate bills, the way South Africa has, so that you have a legal framework that has a civil law for children and one that has criminal. Because when you have both disjunctive laws, Madam Speaker, then it means one is likely to suffer. And in this instance, it is the criminal that is actually suffering because it has very cursory mention. So I'd made this, as again I'd indicated, an informal request to the Speaker. So I'm actually making a formal request if the two committees could sit together, because my bill on child justice was dealt with by with the Committee on Legal Affairs, yet this was Labor. So I didn't actually have the benefit of appearing before the Committee on Labor. I appeared before the Committee on Justice. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you're listening to me because your attention is a little bit distracted.
Just go on, Honorable Millie, make your point.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was just saying that I actually had the occasion to appear before the Committee on Justice with the Child Justice Bill, but I didn't have occasion to appear before the Committee on Labor with the provisions which are also in the same bill. So I was just wondering, even as we go on, I'm not saying we stop the second reading, which is okay, but is it possible in the process for the Committee on Justice and the Labor Committee to sit together and give guidance? Because if indeed they find that my bill on child justice is more comprehensive, then we can just bring amendments to remove the provisions on child justice from the children bill and then fast track the child justice so that it moves at the same phase with this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I know we've eaten into some minutes of Honorable Oundo, but Honorable Millie, I'll just do a bit of consultation with the clerks and then I'll respond to you. So Honorable Oundo, I'm sure the clerk will be able to compensate the time lost. Go on. Go on.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I was indicating, that the bill is a fairly comprehensive bill, but it contains issues that I have been told to come and articulate on this floor. I've mentioned a few. As I continue, Honorable Speaker, when we go to clause 6 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, it reads that every child shall have a right to a name and nationality, and as far as possible, the right to know and be reared by their parents. Honorable Speaker, the boy child has sent me the men who are still in the business of having children, like some of my colleagues here and outside there. Honorable Speaker, they have said there has been so many cases of fraudulent claims by the mothers in so far as parenthood or fatherhood of the child. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, there has been a request, and I hope the committee handling the bill is listening. There has been a request that before the child is given a name, which naturally will bear in a paternalistic society like ours, will bear the name of the father, proof of biological fatherhood must be established beyond reasonable doubt. And I've been told that can only be established by way of DNA. Therefore, at the committee of the whole house, we will have to make an amendment to make sure that before a name is given and right to know who the father or the mother is, there must be a scientific process to prove biological motherhood or biological fatherhood. Indeed, there has been so many jokes and so many bars all over the place, and there's an advert going around that why waste 18 years of school fees if you can spend 18,000 to save you 18 years of school fees. Honorable Speaker, there is also an emerging trend that the bill does not seem to have captured. The cases where probably vulnerable families or families that are unable to maintain the child to a certain standard or level undertake what we call voluntary surrender of parenthood without necessarily amounting to adoption or amounting to the religion of duty. How do we then handle in such a matter where a parent or parents have had voluntary surrender of parenthood? So those are some of the debates, Honorable Speaker, that needs to be very clear to be understood. Honorable Speaker, if we go to clause 12, it mirrors some provisions in the Basic Education Act. However, Honorable Speaker, indeed it would have been far much better to tighten it up and clearly make it mandatory that every parent has got a parental obligation to take their school-going children to school. In the event of failure to do so, what sanctions are there to be imposed? As it stands, Honorable Speaker, in the Basic Education Act, it only mandates members of the National Government Coordinating Office to go and forcibly take the child to school. But there seems to be no punishment, there seems to be no sanction, and it would seem it's not an offense under the penal code or another code for the child not to be taken to school. So as a child, as a requirement, a child must have a right to go to school, and it must be an obligation of the parent to do so. Honorable Speaker, in clause 14, it indicates every child shall have the right to freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and religious education, subject to appropriate parental guidance and in the best interest of the child. Honorable Speaker, it is fairly contradictory and impossible to impose. A child, generally in law, has no ability to make decisions. Indeed, it would be difficult to understand the best interest of the child. If the parents are Catholics and the child associates with the Muslims, can a child, so-called a child, decide now, therefore, they are going to become Muslims and without the parental guidance, because that's in their best interest? Honorable Speaker, we look at again, there is a fairly very contentious clause here, and this contentious clause spells doom to many parents. Under clause 21, Honorable Speaker, it indicates 21A, no person shall subject a child, in the case of a male child, forced circumcision. Honorable Speaker, circumcision is a tradition in many societies. Circumcision is actually recommended on hygienic grounds. If indeed a child, upon attaining adulthood, decides to take the parents to court for forced circumcision, how will the parents ever defend himself, and he did purely out of the need to comply with traditions and general to comply with medical conditions? Honorable Speaker, there has been a false claim by some people, and this good Baba answered it very well, and indeed the issue of circumcision needs to be looked at it. As I said, Honorable Speaker, the bill is voluminous. At the committee of the whole House, we will pursue it and make sure, peruse it and make sure we move amendments.
Honorable Oundo, you finished? Your words have fitted into the cut minutes, isn't it? I support. Okay.
Yes.
I think you finished.
I support, and I have said, Honorable Speaker, it's a voluminous bill. We'll go through it by THUTCOM and bring amendments that really align this bill, modern realities, and our culture, tradition, and religious values. So on that score, I support.
Great. Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, because I rise to interrogate this very important bill. Children are our future, and there is no country without children. Honorable Speaker, and this bill have attracted a lot of interest. And Honorable Speaker, the interest that it attracts, I don't know where it emanates. First, this bill was moved in this House before the report of the committee was tabled. I'm a member of the Labor and Social Welfare Committee. Even before we finished public participation, the report was already tabled in this House. Honorable Speaker, it is for the first time that the leader of majority came to the committee, sat through a whole retreat of a committee. Honorable Speaker, I don't know what form of interest it attracts from other quarters. Honorable Speaker, we even know that there are members of this House who run children's homes, Honorable Speaker, it is really attracting a lot of emotions, and we need to prosecute this bill. It is very voluminous, and it is very detailed, so that we can protect our children, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is also a 20-year moratorium, which is renewable on international adoption, because the government have realized, and through a lot of investigation, have known that our children, in the pretense of being internationally adopted, are being trafficked for the purposes of organ harvesting, for the purposes of sexual molestation, Honorable Speaker, and for purposes of pornographic video businesses. Honorable Speaker, our children who are adopted internationally are going through a lot, Honorable Speaker. And there is no law that will make us protect, because they are now under the laws of that land. In the pretext of international adoption, which I thank the government of Kenya for putting a moratorium on all international adoption for 20 years, which is renewable. But there are cartels who have rushed with this bill to try and reopen through the back door that international, that moratorium on international adoption, so that they can continue with their illegal business of selling our children abroad, selling our children for organ harvesting, selling our children for some people to go and grow them up and marry them, and for some people to use them in the business of pornographic videos. Let us say as it is, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have gone to children's homes, and in those children's homes, you will find that those abandoned children that have collected on the streets, majority of them are boys. But when you go to the international adoption, majority that are adopted are girls. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, an old man come and pretend to be adopting a child. Go and use that child as a maid, or grow up that child for marriage purposes, Honorable Speaker. And we don't know when they start this marriage business, whether when the child was 9 years or and so on, Honorable Speaker. There are evidence that children that have been adopted by parents internationally and even nationally have ended up being wives of the purported parents or purported adopters, Honorable Speaker. Now the question is, when did they start realizing that this is not my biological child, this can be like a baby oryx that can be adopted in other means? Is it when the child was 9 years? Was it when the child was 12 years, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, we have gone to these children's homes, especially the private ones, Honorable Speaker, and you will know that the highest number of adopted, of abandoned children in any country is children with disabilities, and it is children who are positive on HIV/AIDS. Honorable Speaker, go to these private children's homes. You will find no child with disability. Why? Because they are not sellable. Because they fetch no money. They are not good breeds for selling, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you will not find children with HIV/AIDS, and we know they are the ones that are being abandoned, Honorable Speaker. And that is the purpose of children's homes. They are supposed to assist the most vulnerable children. And I think the most vulnerable children are children with disabilities and children who are HIV/AIDS positive. But you will not find them in these private homes, because this is a breeding ground for children to be sold. And a child with disability is not a very good breed to be sold. It will not fetch any money, Honorable Speaker, because these children's homes are selling our children. That is a fact, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, Child Welfare Society of Kenya is a government institution that is mandated in taking care of our children. It is sponsored and supported by Exchequer through this house. It have capacity. It have homes all over this country. It have enough personnel. It is the one that is supposed to take care of our children because it is a government institution and cannot sell our children. But the cartels in child trafficking are fighting child welfare society. In fact, you saw a video that was going out that it was an expose that the Child Welfare Society of Kenya is misusing our children, is treating our children with drugs that are not prescribed by doctors, even though we know that they were giving the children, supplement. Some of these children are children with disability that require supplement. Children with cerebral palsy require supplement.
What's out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was not my intention to interrupt Honorable Sankok. But Madam Speaker, the more he continues, the more he uses unsubstantiated unparliamentary language. He began by saying that this bill has been sneaked in by cartels. When the bill was presented by the committee mandated by this House, he did not substantiate. He then now names a particular organization and accuses them of all sorts of unprintables. Madam Speaker, I think Honorable Sankok must substantiate this or withdraw them. It is not fair to name entities that are not in this House and cannot defend themselves without substantiation.
So,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sankok, you know that when you make allegations targeted on an organization, an individual, you can only do that through a substantive motion or through substantiated statements.
Honorable Speaker.
So just put your contribution into perspective.
Yes, but
and you're a member of the Labor
and Social Welfare Committee, and I support this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Otieno Omolo did not really listen to me very carefully. I said before we table our report as a committee, it was already moved, and I think normally the report is tabled and be moved after members have gone through the report. But, Honorable Speaker, again, I have said the best
and you
institution.
Know your chair is seated right behind you.
Yes, the best institution.
So the chair, you might want to really speak for the committee for the issue Honorable Sankok is raising. And on that matter, Honorable Sankok, I'll give you one more minute to finish, but let me hear what the chair has to say about what you're saying. As a member of the committee, let's listen to the chair on the issues that Sankok is raising about tabling of the committee report and when the motion was today.
Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Sankok have talked about so many things. I don't know which one to single out.
Tabling of report.
The tabling of the report is true, Honorable Speaker, that the report was actually moved.
Just put off Honorable Sankok's microphone.
The report was moved and seconded by, moved by the Leader of Majority, seconded by Honorable Atiende Amoro, when the committee was actually retreating on the report. And whereas I have no problem with that, and I did communicate to the Leader of Majority, we didn't have any problem with that, because this afternoon I did table the report, Honorable Speaker, and members saw the volumes that we have had to deal with. The number of amendments proposed by various stakeholders was something this committee could not ignore. And hence, the voluminous booklets, the two of them or three of them that we did table on the floor of this House, Honorable Speaker. On other comments by Honorable Sankok, I think I'll make some of them when I'm making my contribution, Honorable Speaker, to the main report. So I submit.
Honorable Mili. Honorable Sankok, we'll give you your minutes to finish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even though I think it is good practice to move the bill when the committee is present, I think because I was here, I'm personally interested in this bill as a practitioner on child rights. My entire life, I've actually practiced family law and specifically on children's rights. So that's why even today I'm not well, but I'm in the House. So even though it is not in good standing for the Speaker of Majority to have brought it when the chair is not there, but I remember when I raised it with him last week, or the time when he brought it, he had indicated that they would start, but actually step it down so that the committee is here. So I don't think there was any ill intention. That is one. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the issue of concern with, for me, with what Honorable Sankong is raising, is the issue of relevance. Child Welfare Society of Kenya is not part of this bill at all. So the issue of whether people are trying to undermine it or not does not arise. It's not in this bill whatsoever. It's not.
Okay, well, Honorable Sankok, I'll give you your 2 minutes, but I think it's plainly clear now that the bill, the second reading of the bill is clearly, properly before the House, because the mover had the blessing and permission of the Speaker to do it, irrespective of the fact that the tabling of the report came later. So let's put that to rest.
Yes, thank you very much. I was only trying to build up a point that why all these interests and why this haste, Honorable Speaker? Because it is actually, and the people raising points of orders are conflict of interest. I've just painfully heard that Omolo Otiende seconded the bill. We support this bill. But what I'm saying is that we should, as a House, make sure that there is nothing like international adoption, because the fight against Child Welfare Society, which is a very important stakeholder in this one, against what Millie Odhiambo have said, are very important. I personally visited, and we as a committee visited Child Welfare Society, Mama Ngina Children Home. And it's only where we can find children with disability. You remember Ben Busia, I rescued from Narok. A child who was detained in a house pen, in a cattle, is it a sheep pen, for almost 10 years, is housed in a Child Welfare Society. But you cannot find these children with disability, with cerebral palsy, who are abandoned in large numbers in private children homes because they cannot fetch any money. Honorable Speaker, we have enough parents within this country to adopt children. There is a committee of expert report that indicated that for every one abandoned child in Kenya, there are 6 parents, Kenyan parents, who are willing to adopt that child. But because they cannot pay enough money like the foreign parents, purported parents, the children are not given for adoption within our country. Instead, these cartels are fighting for us to return the international adoption so that they can sell our children overseas for child trafficking, for organ harvesting, and for abuse in terms of sex, Honorable Speaker. We cannot. And I urge this House to make sure that as we support this bill, because for us, we have put out the issue of foreign adoption forever, like other countries like Rwanda.
One minute to finish. Finish, Honorable Sanko.
There are countries like Rwanda, which have done away with private children homes. They have made sure that all our children are reintegrated into our families, so that we don't even lose our own culture. We need enough human resource. And as I've told you, Honorable Speaker, we have enough parents here to adopt our own children. Let us not let our children be trafficked abroad, Honorable Speaker. Now people are looking for even organs from the pigs. You remember the pig heart that was used. They will traffic our children for harvesting of those organs, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, the bill as per our committee is that there will be no foreign adoption. And we request that anybody who is for our children, no foreign adoption. For those who want to sell our children, sorry for you. I support.
And I think there's a moratorium against international adoption.
You want to extend forever.
Honorable Otiende Amolo, you seconded the bill. Yes. So you cannot speak to it again. You cannot speak to it. Honorable Otiende, you cannot speak. But you already spoke to the bill. You seconded. But on what basis, Honorable Otiende? No.
I am not.
Just give it. Okay. Let me hear you, Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Give me any.
There, you have it.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, let it be very clear, and I'm not speaking to the bill yet. The bill is shown as brought by the leader of majority. It has been the practice in this House, a practice I have questioned, whether bills that relate to particular committees should be brought in the name of the leader of majority or in the name of the chair of the majority, or the chair of the committee. Madam Speaker, the substantive speaker ruled 2.5 years ago that there's nothing wrong with these bills coming in the name of the leader of majority. And so, first of all, it is quite procedural that the leader of majority brought and tabled this motion. On that particular day, and Honorable Millie Odhiambo was here, it was a day such as this. There was paucity of members in the House. The very members now speaking so loudly did not have the courage to come to this House, including Honorable Sankok, to point out the things they are so generously pointing out. The leader of majority then asked me, as an agent of necessity, to second the bill. Being an ardent member and having read the bill and having found nothing wrong with it, I seconded it. There is no conflict of interest. I never appeared before the committee. I represent no one. So to accuse me of conflict of interest for supporting the committee is actually quite absurd on the part of Honorable Sankok. But this is the direction I seek. Madam Speaker, when I seconded the bill, I did so by doing the minimum of saying I second. And I asked the substantive speaker then, and the answer would bear me out, that I reserved my right to contribute to the bill. And so the direction I seek of you is whether, having so requested and having so been granted, I now lose it subsequently. Thank you.
Honorable Sankok, I'll only listen to me carefully, Honorable Sankok. Actually, I heard you saying that the Honorable Otiende Amolo has a conflict of interest. And he has clarified that all he did was to second the bill. So you just withdraw that statement and unconditionally. Honorable, give Honorable Sankok to just withdraw that statement that the Honorable...
The statement that I made was not in bad intention. It's only that he seconded while the report was not ready, and you hear that he was even hijacked just to second because there was a hurry because of the conflict of interest. But if I did something wrong to Honorable Otiende Omolo, I respect him as a senior counsel. I withdraw and apologize to him because he's a senior counsel. He's a respected member of this House. But we know that there is a chain from all the way from judiciary to private children home that are selling our children.
You're out of order, Honorable Sankok. Honorable Ndindi Nyoro? No, let's go on. I think things have been clarified enough. Let's go on. Honorable Ndindi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. And Madam Speaker, the children in any country is the heritage of our nations. Because, Madam Speaker, all of us here have been children. And every adult have to pass through that stage. But, Madam Speaker, I'd want to highlight on the few issues that we should be doing, number one, as adults, and also as leaders in this country, insofar as safeguarding the children of Kenya is concerned. And, Madam Speaker, looking at it broadly, I think the parameters on which we should be looking at as adults and as leaders are well defined in the welfare of the children of Kenya. And number one, Madam Speaker, is the issue of diet and making sure that those who are younger than us, Madam Speaker, are well replenished, but more so with the right diet for them to grow, Madam Speaker, to be responsible adults of Kenya and source of labor for our economy. Number two, Madam Speaker, and very important, is the issue of health. Making sure, Madam Speaker, that the children that we raise up are well catered for in matters of health. And Madam Speaker, that goes into us as leaders and as government, making sure that our children, Madam Speaker, have access to the right health, Madam Speaker, and for them to be raised up in a good manner. But I would want to speak more on the issue of education. Because, Madam Speaker, as we know, the age on which any person is called a child is that age between 0 years to 18. But in between it, Madam Speaker, there are stages of newborn, there is a stage of infant, but also the stage of school-going children. And Madam Speaker, school-going children in Kenya means from primary school and even pre-primary to primary, going all the way to secondary school or what we call high school. Madam Speaker, when this regime of, and especially this second term of President Uhuru Kenyatta was campaigning, they promised, and they made a promise, and especially the president, made a promise to all the children of Kenya that they are going to enjoy free secondary education. But as a member of parliament, and I am sure my colleagues can bear me witness, what we call free secondary education in Kenya is more or less like a mirage. Because, Madam Speaker, we still have even to support those who go to day schools, Madam Speaker, which is deemed as free by this government, whereas many of us know, Madam Speaker, that for these day scholars to be able to go through the education years, they have to Madam Speaker, when we call it free, it has to be actually free indeed. And therefore, there is the responsibility of government, Madam Speaker, to make sure that the children of Kenya go through the education years and process in a manner that they can afford. And Madam Speaker, for us to come and lie to our children and even their parents that there is free secondary education in Kenya, Madam Speaker, that is a lie, because in the practice and what they go through is that they actually have to pay more than 10,000 per annum, Madam Speaker, in our day schools. Madam Speaker, also, I think we need to regularize all the institutions, the children's homes, Madam Speaker, and all other charitable institutions that deal with children. Because, Madam Speaker, some could be predatory, but also, Madam Speaker, we need also to have a regulation and to have a body that actually regulates and looks into activities of charitable institutions that deal with children, Madam Speaker, and especially the children of Kenya. And as I wind up, it is good for us to be aware as a country that the children that we raise up, and especially the education system they go through, it is that which that prepares them to be the labor force that our nation depends on. And we need to look at the education system, Madam Speaker, that absorbs everyone. The absorption from primary to secondary must be 100%. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I was referencing that for us to actually have the 100% transition, the education system, and especially in our day schools, have to be free and actually free. But also, we need to look at even what we teach in the primary school and in our secondary school, Madam Speaker, because yes, currently we have the CBC program, which has turned out to be very expensive to our parents. And we also need, Madam Speaker, to look at how the government can shoulder the burden of the parents of Kenya, and especially in this regime of CBC, which to some could be unaffordable, Madam Speaker. But we also need to be very forthright in matters of STEM, because the current economy of the world is relying more on tech, Madam Speaker, on changing dynamics in terms of technology, and that cannot be done just in the tertiary level. It has to start from the low level, Madam Speaker, for us to have a great emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because the era on which the global economy is evolving and going towards will need much more of STEM, and STEM that is actually conceptualized from the lower level, from the younger years of a child, so that they grow as people who will be prepared well for the current dispensation of the global economy. With that, Madam Speaker, I support.
All right, and Honorable Millie, just to go back to the issue you raised about the Children's Act and the Child Justice Bill, the Children's Bill and the Child Justice Bill. I will direct that you put your heads together. You notice that the Chair for Justice is not in the House, and also the Leader of Majority. And I think you raise an issue of great concern, that for the amendments that you spoke to for them to gain the prominence they deserve and the attention, maybe you need to consolidate them into one bill, or whichever other best way that you will, the four of you will agree. So I will direct that the Leader of Majority to convene a putting of minds together between yourself, the Chair Labor, and the Chair Justice. And I'm sure you'll find a way forward. Honorable Wachira Kabinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I make my contribution to this bill, I want to make a note to two things. Number one, I want my brother, Honorable Otiende Omoro, to know that the committee appreciates his seconding of the bill, and we really were in consultation with the Leader of Majority, so we have really no problem with that. We had actually at that time requested that it be deferred once more, but because of the business of the day, they found it necessary to have it moved, and we had no problem with that, Honorable Speaker. I only want to make note to his remark that members did not attend that particular day. Yes, we didn't, because we were on a retreat to finalize on the report that day. The other point I want to make, Honorable Speaker, is that it would have been my wish as a chair to be given priority so that I can put the bill into perspective before the rest of the contributions, because we have given members a chance to contribute and probably without the input of the committee. So I would have really wished.
Actually, Honorable Kabinga, that must have been an oversight. You actually deserve the right to speak before everybody else, but take your time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Again, no hard feeling on that. Honorable Speaker, this bill is a bill to be taken very seriously by this House. This bill concerns our children, and it is coming at a time when this country has had a lot of challenges in matters children, Honorable Speaker. This is a sector that has been dogged by a lot of interest, as members who have talked before me has alluded to. This is an area where my committee took a lot of time, Honorable Speaker, to not only talk to the various stakeholders, but also to make physical visits to the various facilities, Honorable Speaker. And some of our findings were really shocking. We went to some of the homes, we went to the remand centers managed by the government, and as I said, the findings and what we have also heard from the various stakeholders is really shocking. And I want to say from the onset, Honorable Speaker, that my committee has decided to stand very firm on issues to do with children. I know attempts have been made in the past to streamline children's services in this country. I know there has been a lot of challenges here and there. People even not working together. The non-state actor taking over the running of children in this country. My committee has decided to be firm in the way we handle matters children. And this is why, Honorable Speaker, again, as I said, if you see the kind of amendments and listening that we did to the various stakeholders, it will tell you, Honorable Speaker, that my committee took this issue very seriously. At times, Honorable Speaker, we were retiring at around 11 at night, still going through the various amendments that were presented to us, and we decided not to ignore any. Consequently, Honorable Speaker, I can say without any fear of contradiction that the committee as it stands has all the information that it requires to push through this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are some issues that we dealt on that were very important as we reviewed this particular bill. One of it was on the area of adoption. And I don't want to repeat what members here have talked about, but it is true that adoption in the past has been used as a conduit of trafficking and mistreating children in this country. And as a result, Honorable Speaker, we dwelt on the issue of adoption intensively. And we also considered the moratorium that was put in place, why the moratorium came about, and what the government decided through a cabinet paper, a cabinet directive on that moratorium. And Honorable Speaker, we also looked at the improvements that may have been done since the moratorium was put in place. And as we will be probably adding during the committee of the whole, and I know there will be amendments to come on this, Honorable Speaker, there's no doubt, because as I said, even as we are talking here, there are many people who are reasoning and watching us out there simply because there is a lot of interest. But we are determined to move on as a committee. Honorable Speaker, we decided to uphold the moratorium on the basis that the country has not fulfilled some of the promises that were made to ensure that we go back to the international adoption, Honorable Speaker. The other issue that we dwelt on is issues to do with the children homes, the institute, the various institutes, the children care institutes in this country. And Honorable Speaker, we reviewed the policy of this country. And the policy was very clear that over time we should phase out the issue of children homes in this country. And we dealt on it, we looked at it, we listened, and we made recommendations on the same, Honorable Speaker, that we need over time to move to family care and do away with these homes. Again, that is contained in our report. We will be looking at it. But we also looked at the realities of the same, Honorable Speaker, and the committee decided that we cannot and we will not be able to close them down immediately, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we have given a period through which we should be able to phase out those children's homes so that we engage on family care, Honorable Speaker. In doing so, again, we did look at various case studies, Rwanda being one, South Africa being one, and we looked at how they have gone about it. And it is true that while Rwanda has closed down on international or inter-country adoption, South Africa reopened, and reopened after they were able to develop a clear legal framework that one can really see how it flows. And I wish members here will take time to look at our report, because that one again is well attached to that report, Honorable Speaker. Rwanda is still closed because they are still not have built up the capacity to deal with international adoption. Again, that's an area that has attracted a lot of interest. Many of the non-state actors would want to push this country into opening up immediately, even before building up the structures. We advise against that, Honorable Speaker, and say that we need to uphold the moratorium until such time we can sit and say this country is now ready to, for international adoption. Honorable Speaker, some of our findings were horrible. The international adoption that was taking place in this country, you would never trace those children in any way. The database that we have, you go to the homes, you will never even know that, you will never get clear info on children that have been internationally adopted. Yet when you look at the model of South Africa, they have put in place a central command that keeps all the records to ensure that any child that moves out of South Africa in terms of adoption can be traced, even the movement of the parent that have adopted that particular child. Honorable Speaker, our case has been horrible. We looked at the issue of probably being solved on our Kenyan colleagues who are out there who would want to adopt our children. And Honorable Speaker, in the same way, we looked at some of the examples, the Dayers of those days. Dayer was a Kenyan, but he participated a lot in the trafficking of children in this country. And therefore, we look at a case where we need to really strengthen the systems instead of open. Bishop Dare. Yes, Bishop Dare for records. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that we looked at is the issue of intersex children in this country. This is a community that is not well taken care of. People keep on assuming that our children are either male or female and forget that we have children who are referred to as intersex, and some of which are going through tremendous torture in this country because of the way they were born. And the committee had an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, again for records, to have heard from one James Karanja, who was born as Mary Waithira, and we got to understand really the issue of intersex and their problems in this country. And one of the challenges that we were dealing with, we have clauses that talk about a man not adopting a child that is a female, or a female not adopting a child that is a man, and we were not sure how to deal with the intersex, because that one again of the nature of their sex organs, Honorable Speaker. The other issue that this committee was really concerned about was the work relations between the various stakeholders in this country in matters children. And in this regard, for records, we looked at the children welfare services in the ministry. We also looked at the CCK, that is the child, the Council of Child Welfare Society, and we realized that the work and relationship, Honorable Speaker, is not the way we would expect. It's unfortunate that this committee may not have enough time to convene meetings between the various entities to really bring better work environment among those entities, Honorable Speaker. And because of that problem, some of the actors have taken advantage. They have either aligned themselves with the Children Welfare Services or the Children Council, and in the process have carried out activities in this country relating to children that are not favorable to our children. And it's for this reason that, again, we discovered that some of the strong institutions that have the capacity to help us take care of the children have been fought in this country. And the fighting is not for anything else. The fighting is geared towards, number one, ensuring that this country cannot be able to phase out the children homes because there are no other alternatives, that this country continues with international adoptions. That has been a problem in this country, and as a result, Honorable Speaker, we made various recommendations, and one of them that is again attached to our report is ensuring that we understand the functions of the children welfare services in the ministry, the functions of the council itself, and also there are various other actors, including the main actor, which is the Children Welfare Society of Kenya, which is budgeted for in this country. And we kept on asking, if we have problems with some of these institutions, where are they budgeted for? And we came to realize that it's all about fighting, and this is why we're saying as a committee we will put efforts in the remaining time to ensure that we sit with these institutions so that each one of them can adhere to their functions as spelled out. If each prayer, including the non-state actors, if all of them can play their part without interfering with the other, we would have an order in the manner in which we handle our children in this country. Honorable Speaker, may I also commend all the actors, including the non-state actors. We visited them once again, as I said, and some of these homes are really doing good things to our children. Some of these homes are struggling to keep children in their homes, and they are not supported in any way. And this is something that, again, should be looked at within the remaining time as we phase out the children homes, as we look at alternatives, as we strengthen the various institutions, so that, Honorable Speaker, this country can build a one-stop shop for children in every county, where you'd have a remand for children. As it is now, if a child is held if a child is in conflict with the law in Turkana, that child becomes a problem to the police and to other state organs, because they have nowhere to keep that child. May it be a boy, may it be a girl, because there is no remand. And we are saying that moving forward, we need a one-stop shop where you can have a remand in one area. You can have infant care unit. Honorable Speaker, we visited the infant care unit in Kabete, and one is shocked to see the number of children that you would find there. There are many children of 2 weeks, 1 week, who have been abandoned in this country probably because of the economic hardships that we're having. And so we recommended that we have these facilities in every county, and these facilities to be in the hands of the government, supported by the government, so that again we do not have the conduit that we have observed. Honorable Speaker, one horrible story that we got was when there were too many abandoned children in hospitals, especially in Nairobi. And a directive was given that these children should be placed in children's homes. Honorable Speaker, when that directive was given, the many children disappeared within 1 day. Only 2 or 3 were available to be taken to the homes. And it begs the question, where did the other children go? When these hospitals were asked, most of them would say that they traced their parents. If they could not trace their parents in a year, how could they then trace their parents within 2 or 1 day? This again confirms that we have a real problem in this country on children, and I'm urging this House, even as it considers some of the amendments that will be brought about by various stakeholders, some of which will be sponsored to come to this House. We must be very careful. We must take time to scrutinize them. Otherwise, we will continue having the problems that our children have been going through all through. As somebody said, Honorable Speaker, you go to some of these homes, and again you are shocked. You find a school has been running for many years, but the children that you find there are in the age of 2 years. And you ask yourself, where are the children that may have been 10 years, 12 years? What has happened to them? Where are they? And these are some of the things that are really disturbing, or have been very disturbing to this committee. This is why we have taken so long, and we will again take all the interest in scrutinizing and looking at the amendments that will be brought in this House to ensure that the position of the committee is properly documented for the future of the children of this country. Honorable Speaker, I support this bill.
Well said. Let's have the Honorable Hamisi Mboko, member for Likoni.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill. We seek to repeal the old Children Act so that it is in tandem with our Constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill talks about children in terms of parenting through the biological parents, fostering, adoption, and also guardianship about our children, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all this category of parenting need to have some regulation so that these children are protected, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill will protect our children against child labor. We've experienced child labor all over our country, Madam Speaker, especially in our shambas. We have what we call the shamba boys. Also in our homes, we have what we call our maids, and most of them are minor, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill also seeks to protect children against exploitation, children against abuses, especially gender-based violence. Also children about children trafficking. Our children are being transported to other countries outside our country here for forced marriage, for forced labor, and other abuses, Madam Speaker. We need to have some regulations to ensure that our children are being protected, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also this bill talks about forced marriage. Forced marriage is something which is really happening in most of our communities, and sometimes it's also contradicts with some of our religion, because some religion perceive that if somebody has reached adolescence, she has a right maybe to be married, or he has a right maybe to marry. So we need to have some regulation, or rather some laws, to ensure that we protect these minors against forced marriage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are these children which they have both genitalia. These children, we call them intersex. And I don't think whether the government has done something to ensure that these children, they have their fundamental rights. I'm looking at this child who has both genitalia. He doesn't know whether she is a girl or he is a boy. And maybe if we have proper centers or special education for these children, because most of them, they are stigmatized. They don't know where they belong. When you talk about registration for this kind of children, it is also a problem, Madam Speaker. So we need to have some regulation, or rather some proper legal framework to ensure that they are protected, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, currently we have juvenile gangs, or rather we have minors who are criminals. And this minor, anytime they do these crimes, they are taken to normal prison because we don't have enough Boston centers. For instance, in Mombasa, or rather in Coast Region, we have only one center, which is at the coast, which is at Shimolatewa. And this one is not enough. So it means all those minors who do some crime, they have to go to the normal prison. And instead of being rehabilitated, they end up becoming hardcore criminals. Madam Speaker, there is a need to ensure that we have these rehabilitation centers to ensure that our children are not left to become criminals. Madam Speaker, something else is about children with disability. And most of the time when we talk about children with disability, we are forgetting that we have some clusters, or we have different types of disabilities. And for instance, these children with hydrocephalus and spina bifida, children with cerebral palsy, children with autism, these are children which they need special education. They need special facilities. They need special equipment so that they can access education. Right now, we are not doing much on these children. Yes, in our normal school, we have some units. Like you go to a primary school and you have one classroom and they call it a special unit for children with disability. But is it enough? Do we have facilities? Do we have proper equipment? Do we have teachers who have been trained to ensure that even these kind of people, children, they have access to education, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, also our children have been exposed to pornography, to obscene materials, and this is because of new technology, the social media, and so many other issues. and there is nothing which is being done to ensure that we protect these children in terms of all this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know we have venerable children, we have the street children, we have the orphans, and we appreciate that we have these orphanages, we have children's center, but sometimes those people who organize or rather start these children's centers, they use it as a commercial or rather as an income generating activity for themselves or rather for their own interest. You can see in a place where we have some orphans, and the orphans, they're not going to school, they don't eat well, they don't dress well, and yet there are so many donors who are donating a lot of fund in that center. So there must be some regulation to ensure that while we appreciate these centers, these children receive proper care, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk about the same issue about education, Madam Speaker. When you're talking about scholarships, and we have been giving scholarship in our country, but do we put more emphasis to these children with special disabilities? The answer will be no. We are doing that, but we are doing very little, Madam Speaker. And it is high time that we have special fund. Because right now we have the presidential fund for education in terms of scholarship. Why can't we have a certain percentage, which we say this percentage will just go directly to these children with special needs in terms of education, Madam Speaker? Like those who are blind. In my place, the entire Coast region, we have only one center, school for the blind, for the entire Coast region. It is located in my constituency at Likoni constituency, Madam Speaker. And the children, there are so many of them. And that is why you can see the parents, they don't want to expose their children because they don't know where they're going to take them in terms of education, Madam Speaker. So it is high time when we are doing our budgeting here, even in the parliament, we need to know that these special children with special disabilities, they have to be taken care in terms of having some proper funding, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of trafficking, we have had so many cases of child trafficking, but yet we don't have solutions. So what kind of measures are we putting to ensure that we don't have? We have known about so many brothels where minors are being taken there for so many abuses, and yet we don't have any kind of solution or rather any kinds of laws to ensure whether it is here in the country or outside the country. We have had so many cases. Our children have been taken from Kenya here, being cheated that they're going to be given jobs or they're going to be married to wealth people, only to see that they've just been receiving some abuses. This is another area, Madam Speaker, which we need to look at and ensure that there is proper regulation which is going to be implemented to ensure that our children are safe and free. When you are talking about foster parents, Madam Speaker, or we are talking about biological parents, their biological parents are not ready to give proper care to their children. They deny them education, they beat them, and they do so many other things. So even before you take a child from a biological parent to a foster parent, there must be a framework to ensure this foster parent is going to take care of this child who has been taken from her biological parent, Madam Speaker. The issue of registration, Madam Speaker, for those children who don't have parents, they are orphans. Neither father nor the mother is there with them. And here, according to our laws here, you need to take the birth certificate to your father, birth certificate of your mother, sometimes the identity card of your parents, and yet she's an orphan. And there are those who have been left. They don't even know who the parents are. There must be also a regulation, although I know there is a regulation that if a child has been seen in this country for a certain period of time, then is presumed to be a Kenyan child. But there need to be more proper legislation, or rather more proper regulation to ensure that these children are being protected, not only for the issue of registration, but also for their welfare, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is huge, and this bill is good, Madam Speaker. There is the issue of having the council. I know the council is there, but we need to strengthen them. And this bill also talks about strengthening the council for the children so that their issues and the matters pertaining to the children is going to be looked for. Madam Speaker, I really support this bill, and I want to appreciate to appreciate that my colleagues are also supporting this bill. And I know as we go, we are going to bring some other more amendments, as what Honorable Millie Odhiambo has just said, so that we ensure we have an inclusive, all-inclusive, a comprehensive one, which will touch all the dynamics in terms of the matters to do with children. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Rono Kipkoge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to weigh in on this bill, which is weighty and with a lot of content. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, allow me, because I was not around when BBI was finally barred, to congratulate the judiciary for a job well done at the Supreme Court. We hope that it is forever dead. Meanwhile, anybody who may wish to raise it from its dead will forever also follow that BBI. So, Madam Speaker, children's right. Every child has a right. Whereas we actually take care and look at their rights, we should also not snatch them that right of international adoption. In this world, there are good people. There are bad people. There are bad people in Kenya. There are bad people all over the world. So, if a child was to talk and to choose, if a child was to have a right to choose, he can choose to be adopted in whichever country he wants. But because a child cannot choose now, we should make laws that can actually guide the issues of adoption, the issues of their rights, the issues of their education. The committee have extended the moratorium. The moratorium is 20 years. I want to be against that myself, and I think we should bring amendments on this. Whereas you have said it should continue as per the act that is in place, it should continue until such time the proper rules and regulations are put in place, as Chairman has rightfully put, which I support, because South Africa, for example, which you have pointed out, have put proper regulations in issues to do with children welfare and adoption.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I do respect my colleague so much. He's a very intelligent member of Parliament. But he's out of order because he's saying that we allow the children to choose which country they should be adopted to. Now, you can imagine a child less than 1 year stolen from Pumwani Hospital for the purposes of labeling the child as an abandoned child, put in a children's home, taken to the court through the judiciary so that they can be a legal paper of adoption and being sold abroad. So I think it's out of order. Our children cannot decide.
Okay, Honorable Kipkoge, you may need to clarify.
Honorable Speaker, I think he never listened to me. This man hardly listens sometimes. What I said is that if a child was to choose, and because I know he has challenges with his education, and let me not go there. Let me proceed with my contribution, because he's my friend and brother also, so I don't want to go to the wrong place. We have talked about the economic hardships of this country, Honorable Speaker, and other countries. You can be born in a society or in a family that may not be able to take care of you. There are children that are abandoned and taken to children's homes. An international good person would wish to adopt that person as long as regulations are put in place. If the regulations are put in place, why would you deny a child to be in good hands and continue to be in bad hands, as the case may be with this bill? So I want to put it rightfully that the bill is a good bill, but we should bring some amendments. Another issue, Honorable Speaker, is issues to do with children with disabilities. For sure, we should have a clear path for children with disabilities from the time of birth to education until even when you are 18 years. Where do you go when you are an adult? Where does that child go when he is an adult? Because they may not be adopted. So the government must invest in those children. Another issue that we should bring in, and I think the bill has pointed out, is facilities in everywhere over the country. And I think we should narrow down to every constituency. We should have a welfare home to take care of these children. Otherwise, the bill is good, but amendments should be brought in, which I shall also be bringing some of the amendments. Otherwise, I support, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Likuyani, Honorable Kibunguchi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will also stand up to support this children's bill. And I'm just going to talk about 2 or 3 aspects of it. One of them is education, because, Madam Speaker, education is very dear to my heart. And when we look at education in this country, I think it disadvantages the child, because as much as we say primary education is free, secondary education is free, but in most instances, that this is not the case. You'll find even at the level of pre-primary, there is always some consideration or some payment that parents have to do. But when it comes to primary, then there are so many aspects that come in, and it becomes virtually impossible for government to police every school and make sure that these levies, uniform, levies, lunch, and whatever that are put there by the schools, it is very difficult for the government to police every school. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish it could be a decree that education, especially so in primary schools, in day schools, including primary schools, that education at that level should be truly, truly, Madam Speaker, free, so that parents don't have to pay that levy of 10,000, 15,000 because of lunch, because of remedial studies, because of this and that. And my plea or my goes to the Minister for Education. He actually talks big and rough and commands. But I think he must accept that he has failed to implement the fact that education, especially in day schools, is not quite free. I know the coming regime, the people who are likely to be the next president, each one of them is saying, oh, education is going to be free. I've heard one presidential candidate say that education will be free from nursery to university. As much as it sounds wonderful and good, and I would like to support that, Madam Speaker, but I think at the level where you have boarding facilities, it might not be quite free. and it might not be possible that that education will be free. But let's wait and see. God gives us life, and so that we will see whether it can be implemented, Madam Speaker. The next thing I would like to talk about is the aspect of adoption. I know adoption is exciting when it comes to adoption internationally. Everybody's talking about it. I would like to zero in on adoption locally. Adoption locally, adoption of our children locally, it is something that is quite frustrating to parents who need to adopt children. Because there are so many stringent conditions and that you need to fulfill this and that. I wish it could be made easy, because as a doctor who deals with parents who cannot have children, and these parents are there. I know, Madam Speaker, in the olden days, especially in my tribe where I come from, we used to solve the issue of childlessness very easily in families. If it was a question of a woman not being able to give birth to children, the husband was advised to marry a second wife, and it was so easy. If it was in the question of a man not being able to make a woman pregnant, or a man who is infertile, again, it used to be very easy. The brother or the first cousin or whatever will actually do the services, correct? So it used to be easy, but these days, Madam Speaker, with the advent of education and everybody being, making sure that the families, there is fidelity in the family and everything, it is a big issue. And for us who treat couples that cannot have children, it is very frustrating, because you can do virtually everything. Everything, including the latest called in vitro fertilization, but you are not always 100% successful. So it comes down to an issue where this couple have to, or let me use the word must, adopt a child for them to appear like it's a complete family. So I would like, as we go through maybe some of, we lessen the stringent measures that make it possible, that would make it possible for couples that cannot have children to be able to adopt children easily, Madam Speaker. And really, I'm talking about local. I'm not talking about what everybody's talking about, international adoption. That, I think I'll concur with my colleagues that we should not make it so easy, because when the children go out there, we don't know exactly in what hands and in whose hands they're falling into, Madam Speaker. I would like to finally commend the committee for having come up with this aspect of family care, rather than having homes for children homes. Family care, because I believe, and I think it is everywhere, it's documented everywhere, that the child is best brought up in a family setup. And that is something that I really would like to commend the committee, and I think it is an amendment that we will support wholeheartedly. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I would like to support.
Honorable Edith Nyanza.
Thank you, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to say that I support the Children's Bill 2022, and I'm supporting, but I have some interest in children with disability. Disability has different classes. There are those children who have very severe disability, and these are the ones which I thought they have not been taken care of in this bill. And these children have a very severe disability, such that they can't even talk, they can't walk, they can't move, they are just put in bed or in a wheelchair. And these ones, I've come across them, especially in my constituency, and my colleagues maybe also have such cases. And in one of my wards, I have so many of them. And it's very wounding. So I support the bill, but I only propose amendments to the bill to take care of the dignity of children with cerebral palsy and other cognitive and developmental disorders, whereby there will be provision for access to social assistance by children with such severe disabilities and neurological development disorders through their parents and also their guardians. These children, Madam Speaker, require special care, and most of the times it's the mother who takes care of them, and this mother cannot even participate in any meaningful business because these children cannot be left on their own. It's notable that these children require care all the time and often, and the parents of these children are unable to even mingle with the others, even through merry-go-rounds and the other social activities. So the parents or the guardians do not take any income through income-generating activities. So granting social assistance to support such children through their guardians or their parents will strengthen the families financially. And that's why I'm proposing that through the the social security fund, these children should be given special attention so that they can be getting some funds, the parents can be, and the guardians can also be getting some funds, and this would assist these children to ensure that the parents have some income, and these parents would even have some money which can also be used to hire some people to take care of them so that the parents or the guardians are afraid to go and do other meaningful activities. Mine is to recommend that we have more funds or special funds for such children who have said that they have severe disability. And these children do not even go to school. These children do not talk.
Order, order, order. Honorable Sanko and the two chairs. You know, Honorable Nyanze is raising some critical issues of concern that the chair should be listening to. But Honorable Mwathi and Sankoki are making sure he doesn't listen. So, please, Honorable Chair, pay attention. Honorable Nyanze, go on.
Chair, I'm sorry, this did not get you in time, but I had actually proposed the amendment, and then I decided...
Just go on. You can, of course, consult later with the chair. Just go on and finish your contribution.
It's okay. So Madam Speaker, I've said that I'm proposing some amendments to the Children's Act because of that disparity. And I'm also proposing enhancement and definition of the term severe disability because of what I've explained. And also enhance the provisions on county governments to ensure that they provide services to children with severe disability and neurological development disorders free of charge. And also, I would also propose that a child with disability should have the right to access child care welfare schemes established by the county governments and receive special care free of charge. But notably, I propose that they have special homes for such children, but what the committee came up with about family care is really very good, and I support it. So with all that, Madam Speaker, I support the children's bill, but with amendments to include such. Thank you.
Okay, So you may need to have a sitting with the chair so that you can have your amendments accommodated in the next stage. Honorable Mwathi, are you ready to contribute?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I am.
Okay, go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill. And Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to congratulate my Chair, Labour and Social Welfare, for the good work that they have done together with the committee and, of course, the Secretariat. And I won't forget, Honorable Speaker, to mention that I was the chair in this committee when this bill commenced, and I left it under the very good hands of the current chair, and who has done us justice by virtue of what he has brought here as recommendations. And I want, therefore, to associate myself with the kind of good work that the output which has come from that committee. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief. But from the onset, I want to say that it is very critical for us to know that we live in this world which we shall bequeath to our generations to come, who those generations currently then are our children. We are here, therefore, Honorable Speaker, to protect the very generations that we are talking about. And I can't imagine, because I've listened to the chair, Honorable Speaker, talking about some children who were at one time in Kenyatta Hospital, who were 300 of them, and the moment that they were ordered to be taken to children home, government institutions, in 3 days there were only 3 remaining. 2 of them were disabled, and 1 was infected with HIV. It means then, therefore, within those 3 days, 297 children of this public were taken to God knows where. I imagine that this inter-county adoption, which was happening then, must have resulted in our children going out of this country for whatever all manner of probably rituals or adoptions. But what is critical between us here in this assembly, and I want to speak this together and I want to loop you in, Honorable Speaker, that I just imagine the brilliant work you're doing, and then one time from a hospital, somebody embezzled you because your mom or your mother could not know what is happening at that time, and probably by now your organs would have been eaten by ants, because somebody took you out there, they removed your organs, and they were put into somebody's life who does not belong to this country, and we lost such a brilliant mind. And that applies to all of us. And in fact, I'm happy to report the case of Rwanda, Honorable Speaker and members, that Rwanda has decided the children of Rwanda belong to Rwanda. That is it, period. We do not need to sell our brains out there. Very nice professors, very nice legislators like Otiende Amolo, a good one like Emilio Odhiambo, who is my friend, Mashago here, who is my friend. Can you imagine these people being embezzled and the kind of good work they do? That's why we say no. And I want to persuade all of us that we say no, that our children should remain here in this country. And the ones who have been doing this work, and especially the private adoption homes, are the ones who have been in this business. Let us leave this to the hands of government, that the maximum we can have is have our children getting foster parents and they are reintegrated in society, but not being sold to where they don't belong. Child welfare society is doing very good work. But I hear people speak about the institution they have, like Mamangina Children's Home, and they say this belongs to the former First Lady. This is Mamangina. It's not. It's just like we have Moi Children's Center in Nakuru. It doesn't belong to Moi. Tomorrow we shall have another one, Mwadhi Children Care, named after the chair of the Administration National Security. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the government. And these children are ours. So let us have what is ours. Let us make sure. In fact, I was persuading, the moment we were speaking there, Honorable Speaker, I was persuading the chair that he must also follow on the regulations that will come to ensure that we make sure that we close all these private institutions and leave our children to be looked after by government with support from the same government. So, Honorable Speaker, without having to belabor the point that I'm speaking to, is that as a country, it's a time for us to stand up. If you've been in that business and you're out there listening to me or wherever you are, please let us say enough is enough. Whatever you've done is enough. Let us stand for our children, stand for our future, and stand for the generation who will say that there were people in this republic, in this August House, at this day, this time, who are talking about their rights, and they bequeath them this country without selling them to foreigners. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That's well stated. There being no further interest to contribute, I'll call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to first and foremost thank my colleagues for the very strong contribution you've put forward. And Honorable Speaker, for the first time, I would say the chair of Labour, that, Honorable Speaker, the wheel of a car is as good as the driver. I'm very happy and impressed that the chair of Labour has really moved very well, Honorable Speaker, collected all the data, tabled a very huge document, but he can understand the full document by himself, even without referring to it, and enlighten the House, Honorable Speaker. It has been a good debate, and Honorable Speaker, many of the contributors have really raised issues that they would want to amend. You have as well gone ahead and advised that, Honorable Speaker, the bill by Honorable Millie is looked into jointly in reference to this bill, Honorable Speaker. I think when the majority leader comes back, I'll have to put the direction you put to him so that he can invite Honorable Millie together with the chair of Labour and the chair for Justice to really harmonize the bill as you have directed. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to also sit in the Committee on JLAC, so I'll do the same to the chair of JLAC. I wish to reply, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, that's well in order. You actually sit in between the Leader of Majority and the JLAC, so I'm sure you will ensure that happens. Honorable members, we will defer the putting of the question until we have the business back in the order paper. Let's move to the next order.
Order number 13, the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2021, second reading.
Honorable Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2021, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill has its principal purpose, the provision of a framework to facilitate trade and commerce by introducing a national electronic single window system in which data entry and collection of information on transit of persons and goods is done. Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes the establishment of a national electronic single window system which shall serve as a single entry point and platform for any person or persons involved in trade and transport. The platform shall allow people to lodge documents electronically, including import or export documents for processing and approval. Honorable Speaker, the platform shall facilitate the electronic payment for fees and levies due and owed to the government on goods imported or exported for transactions submitted through the system. Madam Speaker, the main objective of the system shall be as follows. 1, to facilitate the single entry point, submission and receipt of documents or any other information required for trade facilitation. B, to enable the synchronized processing of data or information. C, to enable the standardization of documents and single decision making for customs release and clearance. D, to facilitate electronic transactions in trade and reduce legal and operational barriers to electronic transactions. And finally, Madam Speaker, to facilitate coordination and partnerships among the departments responsible for customs, other relevant government ministries, departments or trade agencies and industry players dealing with trade and trade facilitation. Madam Speaker, without any ounce of doubt, this bill intends to improve and harmonize an area of law that is skewed, causing lag and delays in the ports of entry. Madam Speaker, the bill requires the government to cooperate with the agencies concerned in respect of the following: making and conducting service level agreements, digitizing and aligning of internal operations, registration for use of the electronic systems, payment of fees and levies approved by the Cabinet Secretary, and lastly, Madam Speaker, entry and operations and generation of receipt data, amongst other aspects. Honorable Speaker, this bill is focused on trade facilitation. There is a plethora of literature that captures the importance of trade and its effect on economic growth. Trade allows countries to specialize, enables technologies, know-how, and ideas to spread, promotes competition, and yields economies of scale. Such factors contribute to boosting innovation and productivity, which fosters economic growth. Madam Speaker, trade has been credited to have contributed to the reduction of global extreme poverty between 1990 and 2015. This was achieved through globalization and easing of trade relations between economies. It is in this similar fashion, Madam Speaker, that this bill aims at enhancing the efficiency of electronic transactions as far international trade is concerned. Madam Speaker, this bill aims to create harmony among the trade facilitation organs in Kenya, including clearing and forwarding agents, Customs Services Department, Kenya Ports Authority, among others. In this respect, Madam Speaker, I wish to urge members to review the bill with a fine-tooth comb to appreciate its intent and purpose. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and ask the Chair of Trade, the Honorable Aden, to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Aden.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I wish to second the National Electronic Single Window System Bill 2021. Honorable Speaker, this bill was read a first time on Tuesday, 8th June 2021. The bill was thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Pursuant to Standing Order 127, having been recommitted from the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Honorable Speaker, the National Electronic Single Window System Bill 2021 seeks to provide a framework to facilitate trade and commerce using the single window system. Honorable Speaker, this is done through the establishment of the National Electronic Single Window System and prescribing a framework for its operation. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to establish a National Electronic Single Window System known as the Kenya TradeNet. Honorable Speaker, in terms of what the bill seeks to achieve, Honorable Speaker, the electronic system allows parties, for example, Kenya Port Authorities, customs, clearing agents, as well as all actors in logistic and transport to lodge standardized information and documents with a single entry point to fulfill all import and export related requirements. Honorable Speaker, in other objectives include provision of efficiency in trade transactions by providing a central platform where traders can get services and permits from all government agencies involved in international trade by making applications through one single system. Honorable Speaker, it also ensures standardization and faster processing of trade documentation. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the content of the bill, the National Electronic Single Window Bill 2021 contains 42 clauses
which seek to provide a legislative framework for a national electronic window system to, among others, 1, to facilitate single point of submission and receipt of trade data and information. 2, it enables synchronized processing of data and all information. Honorable Speaker. 3, it enables standardization of documents and single decision making for custom releases and clearances. Honorable Speaker, a national single electronic window system facilitates electronic transactions across border trade and also seeks to remove legal and operational barriers to electronic transactions, as well as reducing graft. 5, national single electronic window system facilitates coordination and partnership among departments responsible for customs and other relevant line ministries, agencies, and industry players dealing with international trade and trade facilitation. Honorable Speaker, the bill obviously contributes to the ease of doing business in the country, and some of the benefits or the key benefits of introducing this system include: 1, reduction in the average number of processes, which are tedious and time-consuming, Honorable Speaker. 2, reduction in the number of documents required. That is also to say that it eliminates too many paperwork. 3, adopting to the green or paperless environment. 4, electronic processing and confirmation of payment is enhanced. 5, increase compliances. 6, reduction of time wastage and providing for ease of doing business, as we had earlier said. Honorable Speaker, in prosecuting this bill, proper procedure was followed. Honorable Speaker, an advertisement was placed in the print media on the 11th June 2021 requesting for comments on the bill from members of the public and relevant stakeholders pursuant to Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution and the Standing Order 127(3). The committee received 2 written memoranda. Honorable Speaker, the committee further discussed the bill with stakeholders on the 9th March 2022 within Parliament buildings. Honorable Speaker, at this juncture, I wish to acknowledge important role played and appreciate the contribution made by different stakeholders, which includes the National Treasury, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, Kenya Revenue Authority, and Kenya Trade Network Agency, also known as KenTrade. Honorable Speaker, while considering the bill, the committee noted the proposed amendments by stakeholders, and some were adopted while others were outrightly rejected. However, with justification as highlighted in the committee's report. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to express my special thanks to members of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperative and the staff of the committee for their significant role towards scrutiny of the bill and production of this great report. Honorable Speaker, the committee is grateful as well to the offices of the Speaker and Clerk of the National Assembly for the logistical and technical support accorded to the committee during its many sittings. Finally, the committee further wishes to thank all the stakeholders who participated in the consideration of the bill. I'll be calling upon the House to support the committee's amendment to the bill during the committee stage. Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I second.
Honorable members, with that, I now propose the question, which is the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2021, be now read a second time. Let's start with the member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Let me indicate that I'm a founder member of the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, because I'm told it was hived off from the Committee of Planning in the 12th Parliament. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure I'll be corrected. And as a result, Honorable Speaker, for the some years, I have interacted with traders, business people, and everybody involved in both domestic and international trade. And indeed, the cry has always been the bottlenecks associated with transacting a business deal in this country. Honorable Speaker, I also recall sometimes 2019, I appeared in the Citizen TV together with small-scale traders to discuss the issue of trade facilitation and to make the process of import and export much, much cheaper. It was a roundtable discussion, and indeed it illuminated my understanding of the dangers and challenges of trade in this country. Honorable Speaker, we need to appreciate that trade essentially is an exchange of goods and services. Simply, it means those who have certain goods exchange with those who do not have certain goods. And in many times before money became real money, we used to talk of barter trade, where people would meet and exchange. If you have got cassava, you exchange with somebody who has got fish. And I remember my late aunt taught me and exposed me to this kind of trade in the late 70s as a small boy. So I got interested in the process of trade and trade facilitation. Honorable Speaker, when many people talk of trade, they think of a physical market where people can go and exchange goods and services. But due to technology and changes and the emergence of money and the emergence of transport networks and the rest, buyers and sellers do not have to meet physically. They can actually transact business virtually. And therefore, in order to ease that kind of arrangement, there must be an electronic system, and hence the concept of National Electronic Single Window System. In essence, and the short and the long of it is that we avoid physical movement of documents. We avoid courier services moving one document to one place to another. We can lodge those documents online, transact, and conclude business without even knowing whom you are transacting with, as long as goods moves at one place or another. It's more or less akin to the so-called e-business, where you can order a good and you're provided without even having to know who is the seller. So essentially, Honorable Speaker, over the years, the country, the ministry, and I remember in the first instance when we met with the State Department for Trade, the issue of easing trade practices was one of the strategic goals. And it's good today we stand here to move and support this particular bill to actualize this particular aspect. Honorable Speaker, probably looking at the bill very keenly, could as well, in order probably to make it neater or to reduce the number of acts of parliament we have, could actually have been a subset, either the Information, is it Information B Act, or the Information and Technology Act, or even under the Data Protection Act. And that's why it's good when you look at the arrangement of the bill, there are quite a number of amendments that are being made on these other acts so that we align together with this particular bill and the legal framework we are looking at. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the bill seriously and in deeper scrutiny, the focus is on international trade. It is disappointing that local trade or internal trade is given a casual mention, and probably these are some of the areas as we see to fine-tune the amendments to bring on this and the third committee of the whole House. And as we look at a best case all over the world, we would have to deal with it so that we incorporate both international trade and local trade. Honorable Speaker, indeed, that's why I'm saying if your attention could be drawn to clause 3, 3, which simply say, despite Section 2, the system may be used by a person involved in domestic trade transactions. We must have a seamless system that probably deals both domestic or international trade, because the truth of the matter, the supply chain is very clear. There must be a primary producer who says whether to aggregator or a broker or a trader who connects with somebody else in another country, and they move those goods to another country. The same way, if you have to import an asset from some goods from China, there must be an importer, there must be a consolidator, there must be an end recipient here who is going to become either a hawker or a small-scale trader who is going to move those goods to the next buyer. So, Honorable Speaker, probably as we look at it, we'll have to find a way how we can integrate both local and international trade, more so where we're involving goods, involving exportation and importation. Honorable Speaker, the system, like any other system, must have safeguards to avoid infringement or data mining. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, when you look at Clause 7, it clearly makes sure the system is secure, the system is accessible, the system is simplicity, there's confidentiality, and there's reliability. Any trade system, Honorable Speaker, must allow all the actors, all the traders, both the traders and the buyers, to access the system so that they've got adequate information about the goods and services being transacted. So any way that surely makes the system opaque will actually imply a market system that is not open, a market system that is closed, a market system that's not active, and that will hinder decision making. We do believe efforts must be done to ensure that we have a system that is open. Honorable Speaker, actually then, we would imagine there exists a trade facilitation agency which was established by an order, a standing order, an order. Yes, we have the Kenya Trade Network Agency that was established by an order of 2010. And essentially, by passing this bill, we will incorporate the trade agency so that it becomes a body corporate, does not operate on an executive whim at any given time. So those are some of the measures that we need to be very clear. Honorable Speaker, the bill unfortunately makes again a very shallow provision that the it will be the national lead agency, presupposing there will be other agents involved in trade practices. It supposes that there could be other agencies that could actually open a window system to compete, and this one just adds up to the rest. We should avoid these levels of windows or bureaucracy so that, as we have always done, it only becomes the sole lead agency in respect of matters to do with international trade and the rest. Honorable Speaker, like any other data or ICT, there are provisions for electronic signatures. There's provisions of electronic authentication of documents. Many of us who are old school, who technology found around and probably might live before we fully appreciate technology, we are always worried on how that system works. Honorable Speaker, it needs to be very foolproof on how the system works. As I conclude, I can see my time is up. Honorable Speaker, the bill provides for various appointments, the board members, provides for appointment of the chief executive officer, but unfortunately it leaves out the company secretary, which is an important organ that has been incorporated in our system. Again, this opaque appointment of board members, the three other members, will have made provision for competitive process of appointment. Honorable Speaker, I could have had so much to say, but because we have to appreciate the issues, the rules of the House, I support.
Honorable David Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to support the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2021. Honorable Speaker, and from the layman perspective, it is a bill that will ease licensing of businesses and the doing of business in this country, just the way we had the issue of Huduma number. We wanted to bring all these documents that we carry in our wallets, driving license, ID number, and so on, all of them into one particular document to make it easier for us to transact business so that you don't have to go from this government office to another one seeking services. Huduma centers also came to solve some of these issues where you can apply for a certificate of good conduct, apply for UID, apply for all manner of things, Honorable Speaker, all these documents in one-stop shop, Honorable Speaker. It is the same when it comes to businesses. And it's unfortunate, and I think in the committee of the whole House, we will bring amendment to make sure that it is international businesses as well as local businesses, because we must make it easier for all of us to do business. I think the drafters, the committee did a good job, but they were viewing this one with a lens of the very rich of our society, forgetting that the hustlers contribute a huge chunk of the wheels that drive our economy, even though they do local, small, and medium enterprises, businesses, Honorable Speaker. That is why it is focused so much on international business. But we will bring amendment to make sure that even those who are doing business locally are catered for. Honorable Speaker, the world have moved to digital way of doing business, and we cannot be left behind as a country. Honorable Speaker, the world now, currently, you can order for any commodity that you want that is anywhere in the world, and you receive at your doorstep without even knowing who is the seller, without even knowing how it arrived, whether it is via the sea, via the air, or even by roads, Honorable Speaker. So we should move with that speed. So the advantages of this bill, Honorable Speaker, it will reduce in the average number of processes so that you don't have so many processes in terms of doing business. Because, Honorable Speaker, these processes have scared away potential investors in this country who will have brought massive business that will have employed our youth, as well as paying taxes that will enable us to pay loans, Honorable Speaker. But because of processes that are required, it is tiring. And you know, Honorable Speaker, when you have money, you can have a choice to invest in Uganda, Tanzania, to invest in any other country in the world, or to invest here in Kenya. When we make this process easier, then we'll be able to attract these very big investors, Honorable Speaker, who will do business around this country. Honorable Speaker, FedEx is a very big company that do business digitally. How can we attract it when we have a red tape and bottlenecks in terms of registration of this business, in terms of doing this business, and we don't have regulation to be able to safeguard their interests, Honorable Speaker? As I said, these big companies, these very rich individuals have choices. Kenya, we don't have a choice. We only have to attract those businesses and business people and investors for us to be able to clear our loans. Otherwise, currently our GDP is around 9 trillion. And the loans that we owe is 12 trillion. So we are already on negative. We are barely surviving. The gross domestic income in Kenya is around 96,000 Kenya shillings per annum. Yet every Kenyan owe our loaners around 256,000 Kenya shillings. So you can see the quagmire that we are in. We have no choice but to attract them. Honorable Speaker, it will also reduce, it will bring the reduction in the number of documents required. Honorable Speaker, if you see the documents that business people have, from the business permit, from business, I'm telling you, it is a whole lot of documents. Sometimes you require a big safe to be able to put these documents. And when those who are coming to check those business, NCA, business permit from the council, county governments, and so on, Honorable Speaker, it is so many documents, but this one will reduce the number of documents. It will also be able to bring adapting to the green or paperless environment. At the moment, the world is digital. Why should I be carrying documents that at times they will say it is lost? You can imagine if you have a lodge or a hotel and you have to keep all those receipts in case KRA come, you have to keep all the documents from tourist levy fund, the other one is pay as you eat or pay as you earn. The other one, there's so many documents that you need to keep, Honorable Speaker. This one will reduce and it will be electronic, paperless, Honorable Speaker. Electronic processing and confirmation of payments. This one is very important. So that when I pay, I can just walk with my phone. If you ask me if I have paid, then I will just produce my phone and you scan some form of, I don't know what they call, I'm not an ICT expert, but there are some things that they scan and they say, okay, yes, you did pay. You remember during the COVID-19 pandemic, that when you travel abroad, you don't have to carry the COVID certificate or immunization certificate. You have just to carry your electronic COVID certificate, and they will scan and see if it is genuine or not genuine. This one will also remove those people who are very good in faking documents, Honorable Speaker. We have had people surviving in this country by faking all manner of documents. This one will remove that one. It will increase compliance, and this one is very easy because when you do it at the comfort of your bedroom, I can tell you, you will be compliant. But if I'm told I have to move from this government office to another government office, I will not be compliant because I don't have that time. And these rich business people, I'm telling you, they have their luxury and they have choices to say where it is easier to do business. They can migrate to that country. But as a country, we are very poor. We don't have any choice but to attract them. Reduction of time wastage and providing for ease of doing business, of course, this one I've mentioned. So, Honorable Speaker, this one is a very good bill. It has come at the right time. Let us, all of us, be present during the committee of the whole House so that we can bring amendments to ensure that the bill is not only for the rich, but is also for every business. It is currently for international businesses, mostly. It is casually mentioned local businesses, but we need to customize it so that we even include local businesses, including hustlers, even mamambogas, they can do their business there, even border riders, they can do their business there. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, today I thank this House. They have made a history by protecting our children, Honorable Speaker, by rejecting, and I'm sure it will be rejected, the issue of international adoption, a conduit of selling our children for organ harvesting, and by doing away, with private children homes who steal our children from hospital. I support this bill.
Honorable Sankok, you know, you will even confuse the Hansard. You know, you are talking about a totally different bill which was dispensed with. You have to stick to the relevance. Honorable Wambugu, did we remove you or you removed yourself? Okay. Let's have Honorable Mwashako then.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief because colleagues have contributed immensely around this bill. But I stand to support the National Electronic Single Window System Bill. Honorable Speaker, anything that improves the ease of doing business in this country, we must support as a country. We know today we have so many entrepreneurs in this country who want to get into international trade. And we have also, we've been championing, we've been seeking to have investors bring in, foreign direct investment, come and do business in this country. And so that we are able to grow our economy in a way that millions of Kenyans who are seeking employment can be able to find jobs. Madam Speaker, I want to commend this Committee of Trade that they have quickly processed this bill and now it is in the second reading. I want to urge my colleagues in this House that we should prepare to conclude this bill as soon as possible, even before we go back to seek another mandate. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to support. Thank you.
Honorable Manza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Madam Speaker, what has happened in the world now? The world has become a global village, Madam Speaker. And in one of the conferences I got sponsored by the House just before COVID, this was a very major topic in an international situation in relation to cooperatives and in relation to many other businesses. The people who came to present were talking where the future, where the world is going when it comes to electronic dealings and making business cheaper. In fact, talking of a paperless, society, whereby now we save on paper, we save on trees, we save on many things, Madam Speaker, when we go paperless and when we go electronic, and when we have a window, a system which works favorably. Madam Speaker, we are even looking into a situation in the future whereby there was a presentation whereby, Madam Speaker, in the future, there was going to be even vehicles which run electronically and which no one even is driving, maybe 100 years to come. And therefore, one of the biggest challenges is how do you legislate this electronic issue so that it goes round, it covers the whole globe and it becomes a single system. And we have begun this, Madam Speaker, so that we can have a medium of communication. We'll end up into a situation whereby you only carry your phone and all transactions are verifiable on your phone, whether you are traveling, whether it is your passport, or whether it is your confirmation, whether you are COVID positive or not. So since a lot has been said in this particular bill, Madam Speaker, I want to support it and urge members when we go to third reading, we make the necessary amendments to make it better because we have experts in this area in the House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, now there being no further interest, I call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the onset, allow me to appreciate my colleagues for the wonderful contribution they've made. And I would want to single out the great man, the great member, the Honorable Sankok, who represents 6.5 million people, that his contribution has gone well. And I'm pretty sure, Honorable Speaker, that his population will benefit from the single window once the bill is made an act. Honorable Speaker, there are various proposals in terms of amendments which the committee has proposed. I wish to request that my colleagues support it during the committee of the whole House so that we have a well-polished bill. We are all importers of goods. We all survive because of business. And Honorable Speaker, once business is made possible, we will all be happy and our country will move forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I wish to reply.
Very well. We shall once again defer the putting of the question until when we have the business back in the order paper. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 14, the Huduma Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2021, second reading.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Huduma Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2021, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the primary objective of this bill is to provide for a primary law on civil registration and legal identity management by establishing the National Integrated Identity Management System, abbreviated as NIMS, and provide for the enrollment into the system, assigning of the Huduma number, and the issuance of legal identity documents. Honorable Speaker, the overarching objectives of the bill include one, it aims to consolidate the law on civil registration and legal identity management for a great republic. Two, it seeks to establish a digital national population database to be a primary source of foundational and functional data for a resident individual. Three, it seeks to anchor into law unified mechanisms for the registration of births, death, and recognition of vital events of a citizen or resident. Four, it seeks to give legal recognition of the Huduma number, its issuance, and the issuance of the identity documents. And five, it also provides mechanisms that ensures integrity, confidentiality, and the security of personal data under the NIMS database. Madam Speaker, let me discuss the above objectives one by one in quick succession to bring members up to speed on the overall intent of this bill. One being the consolidation of civil registration and legal identity. Honorable Speaker, this bill in clause 4 proposes for the establishment of the National Integrated Identity Management System, NIMS, which is to consist of the system's database, the Huduma number, which is assigned at birth, and the Huduma card issued. The NIMS database, Madam Speaker, will be an integrated digital population register of resident individuals enrolled under the law. It will contain the foundational data and functional data. Madam Speaker, the NIMS database will serve for, firstly, operate as the primary source of foundational data for every enrolled resident individual. Secondly, it would enable the use of biometric data to identify an enrolled individual. And finally, it will facilitate or aid the use of personal data under NIMS to assign the Huduma number, issue Huduma card, issue passport, and support access and issuance of copies of legal identity documents. The Huduma card will constitute sufficient proof of identity to facilitate access to any public service which may require official identification. Consequently, all government will, if this law passes, be able to rely on the NIMS database to authenticate the foundational data of an individual. Madam Speaker, the second objective being the establishment of a digital national database to be a primary source of foundational and functional data for resident individual. Honorable Speaker, as initiated and captured in the committee's report, the bill will establish the NIMS database in which the foundational and functional data of a citizen or resident Kenyan will be maintained for use and retrieval for use of delivery of services. Honorable Speaker, in fact, this House passed the Data Protection Act and established the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Therefore, we shouldn't be worried that a lot of data is being aggregated. Honorable Speaker, as members may be aware, many advanced jurisdictions use this approach. Let me take the example of the Social Security number in the USA, which is coordinated by the Social Security Administration, SSA as abbreviated in the US. The SSA, Honorable Speaker, is integrated such that it captures information relating to Social Security, employment, Medicare, Social Security insurance, disability, and security statements. I am happy that we can benefit from the analysis detailed in the committee's report to appreciate the underlying objective of this bill. Honorable Speaker, the last objective, being number 3 and 4, is the legal recognition of a unified mechanism for registration of a citizen and the consequent issuance of the Huduma number. Madam Speaker, it is the view of the foregoing that this bill seeks to create a legal basis for a unified mechanism for the registration of birth, death, and recognition of vital events of a citizen or resident, as well as give legal recognition in an act of parliament to the Huduma number and its issuance and the consequential issuance of the relevant identity documents. Honorable Speaker, this bill has in its purpose and intent the need for expedience of public services to the citizens of our great republic. I have had the time to read through the committee's report, which to my mind is very well articulated, and more so, the comparative analysis captured how different countries deal with this issue. I wish to urge members, Madam Speaker, to support this bill, and any complementary amendments to even make it better are encouraged. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg to move and ask the Chairperson Committee on Security, the Honorable Mwadhi, to second.
Honorable Mwadhi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this bill, and in seconding, Honorable Speaker, I want to associate with the notes that have been given by, or the sentiments of the mover, and in the interest of time, to let the House know that on its first reading on 21st December 2021, the bill was referred to the committee, and the committee, therefore, Honorable Speaker, proceeded to undertake public participation, in which case advertisement was placed in the dailies on 23rd December 2021, and thereafter we held consultations with the Department of Migration. We met key stakeholders, among them Civil Registration, National Registration Bureau, Registration of Marriages, Refugees, Secretariat, NSSF, NHIF, KRA, NTSA, IEBC, Data Commissioner. And of course, Honorable Speaker, we also engaged key civil society organizations in the name of Undugu Society, Nubian Rights Forum, Namati Kenya, Lawyers Hub Kenya, Defenders Coalition, Amnesty Kenya, Kituo cha Sheria, Katiba Institute, among others. Honorable Speaker, it is important to know that the ministry has invested a lot of money in ensuring that this consolidated legislation or registration of persons, including other information and data, is brought to one platform, and in which case one will not have to carry several documents when you are visiting various institutions. In the name of KRA, for example, NSSF, NHIF, ID card, and possibly even passport, like is happening in many other countries, including Estonia, which had done a very comprehensive presentation before the committee, and which was quite a noble idea that the ministry could take. So, Honorable Speaker, it is important and instructive to note that the ministry has so far spent 450 million, and in that we've been able to have 11 million cards done. So the process is proceeding, but it was being done under administrative procedures or administrative arrangements, and that is why we need this bill passed so that we can anchor it in law. Honorable Speaker, I know there has been concerns, and let me speak to this concern, especially from the Department of Immigration, that the immigration officers are going to be mere data collectors, yet we know that they deal with even security issues. But I want to mention here now that Clause 72(4) of the bill provides that a public officer who immediately before the commencement of this act was a member of staff of an entity known as 1, National Registration Bureau, 2, Civil Registration Services, 3, the Department of Immigration, and the Integrated Population Registration Services shall, upon such commitment, be deployed to carry out the functions of their respective services within the NIMS. So none of them is being moved out of what they are doing. Their duties, functions are going to remain the same. So the committee, Honorable Speaker, is of the view that this provision is meant to ensure that each of the entities retain their functions as they are presently. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Citizen and Migration Act number 12 of 2011, on which the immigration function is anchored, has not been repealed. And I'm emphasizing this one because there has been issues with immigration saying that the law is going to be repealed by the Huduma Bill, and I want to confirm here that it's not going to be repealed and that their duties are going to remain the same. The Huduma Bill 2021 only provides for minor amendments at the Act to harmonize it with its provisions. The committee noted with appreciation that this is in realization that the immigration function is more than just personal data collection. The functions of the Directorate of Immigration Services, as outlined in Clause 4.1 of the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Act, remain intact. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee, however, is recommending some amendments to the bill as it is to ensure that the smooth carrying of this, all the functions within NIMS are going to be done in accordance with the existing other laws in regard to immigration, national registration, and any other relevant law that touches on what these provisions here contain. So, Honorable Speaker, specifically, there has been a proposal to have amendments to ensure that there is no single office that takes the entire authority over all the three and various entities, the three and the other entities that will join in. The independence of the mechanism is also going to be addressed by the amendments that are contained in the report. The issue of births happening outside the health institutions are also going to be taken care of. They were not before. Possibility of access to personal data by an authorized person has been curtailed by the amendments, and the loss of identity function and positions of civil registration, National Registration Bureau, and Immigration Services have been maintained, as well as exclusion of Kenyans with no IDs who would feel that they are not going to be taken care of will be taken care of by regulation. So lastly, Honorable Speaker, let me thank your office and that of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support. I also thank the members of the committee who worked tirelessly to ensure the process is completed. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the members made great sacrifices given that the country is already in the electioneering phase, and I must recognize the good support that the committee received also from its secretariat in processing this bill. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I go on to propose the question, which is that the Huduma Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2021, be now read a second time. Honorable Wambugu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I stand to support the Huduma Bill 2020. At the onset, I want to say that I'm a member of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security.
It's actually 2021, Honorable.
2021. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the correction. I would like to ask this House, and I would like to focus this House on the primary reason why this bill is important. In the corporate sector today, we have a big emphasis on what we are calling know your customer, where before you know and for you to be able to serve your customer well, you need to know as much about that customer as possible. Madam Speaker, the government's primary customer is a Kenyan citizen or the Kenyan or a member of the Kenyan population. And Madam Speaker, as it is right now, the information on this client, on this customer, is scattered in all manner of places. We have it, and the driving licenses are in one place, ID somewhere else, immigration passport is somewhere else. And that means that we are not efficient or effective in how we serve the customer, or the government, how the government serves the customer. The committee and the purpose of this bill is to create transparency in how the government is serving the customer. Madam Speaker, for me, the most exciting part about this bill is the ability that we will have to consolidate all the information we have about our Kenyan citizen or about our Kenyan population. That will allow us to be able to plan. That will allow us to be able to allocate resources to the right place. Madam Speaker, once we know our customer, once we know our citizen, once we know the people who are living with us, even if they're foreigners, once we know what they need, once we know where they are, once we know their level of education or their abilities, then we can be able to allocate resources to them efficiently and effectively. This bill is going to take us in that direction. Madam Speaker, there have been concerns, of course. In this time and age of technology, there's concerns about what is going to happen to that information. Madam Speaker, that information exists as it is right now. If it's going to be misused, it's been misused. In fact, this bill creates the capacity for that information to be protected more than it is being protected today. Madam Speaker, the other thing that is important for us as we think about and we consider this bill is that we have been served by laws that were made before this country got independence in many capacities. Madam Speaker, we need to take this country to the level of the 21st century, 22nd century. This bill is taking us there. Madam Speaker, I also want to raise the fact that once we have a single source of information on the Kenyan population, our ability to function as a nation, our ability to deal with very many other things. Just before this bill, Madam Speaker, we had the bill on a single entry for purposes of managing trade. Madam Speaker, a lot of the things we do in this house, a lot of the laws we pass in this house, depend on us having an efficient and effective process of managing the information we have about our population. Madam Speaker, the Huduma bill will help this country. The Huduma bill will take this country to the level where we are more efficient, we are more effective, we are more transparent, and it is going to serve every government moving forward from here to be able to plan well, to be able to allocate resources well, to be able to ensure that those of us in this house are able to represent those who elected us efficiently. We are also, it's also going to be a platform for us to be able to access information, even on our own respective constituencies and counties, so that we are able, when we are representing the people who elected us, we are able to do it from a point of information. So, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Honorable Nyikal Wambura, you organize yourself for 3 minutes. Then you can transfer the other thoughts to the remaining 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Give me the opportunity to support this bill. Madam Speaker, the main issue here is a single registration, so that all the registrations that we have in this country, whether it's voter registration, marriage certificate, birth certificate, death certificates, national ID, driving license, and passports, all these are identities that actually should be linked to each other because they are actually identifying one person for various services. I think that's an important key about it. And then there are also service identities like in areas of NHIF. And if you look at social protection, we are broadening our social protection. We have orphans and vulnerable children support. We have elderly person support. We have persons with the disability support. We have even farm input support. We have even school feeding program support. If you look at all these things should actually be all linked, because if you do not do that, one, you have a difficulty of tracing who is doing what, and two, where you are offering services, there is a big problem of double dipping. But if you have a single system, you can pick people. If they make a mistake, you cross them everywhere. If you are giving services, you identify these people everywhere. So that is extremely important in my view. And it's also important to note that it actually affects many bills, many acts, and there will be consequential amendments, and these have been taken care of well in the second schedule. But we also, the most important thing to look about when you get a single identity that carries many things is the issue of security. Because if one cracks into the system, then the person is exposed everywhere. And so that's important. But we have a Data Protection Act. We have just even discussed the National Electronic Single Window System. All these things, if you look at them, they're actually coming together. So, Madam Speaker, I do support, but we also have to look at very carefully in the area of data protection and protection individuals as we expose them to a single identity, which if somebody cracked into, exposes them severely. With that, Madam Speaker, I support.
So, are you done, Honorable Nyikal?
I am done.
Oh, great. So, you have no more time allocated for you. And with that, honorable members, we can now adjourn. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 7th April 2022 at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you.